All right. It's 10:37 in the morning. Honestly, I have no idea who's going to join up and watch this. But we got building to do. And honestly, we might be able to paint it before the weekend when I go pre-order the battle box. I also need to start strategically thinking out other things to get based on the information we have. Because it looks like there's two mechanics units in the Emperor's Children. There's the Chaos Spawn, which did retain their 1 OC, but lost all of their like healing potential. So they really are a hide and pop out kind of unit. And then of course the bolt gun wielding Emperor's Children are sticky objective. So I'm gonna want probably 2 squads of 5 of those at bare minimum. The question is whether or not I want to grab some rhinos, because the rhinos are really good, even not in that detachment meant explicitly for rhinos. But yeah, I've decided, because a lot of what the Emperor's Children look like is sort of Horus Heresy, sort of 40k, we're going to be looking at using some of these Horus Heresy tanks. Now, Games Workshop did say that they are cool with you using Horus Heresy vehicles if you're going to use them in the 40k datasheet system, right? Since all of this is basically legended. But they even showed in the thing I was reading that the Land Raider Proteus can be used as a Land Raider. And right now, Land Raiders are hard to come by. So we're going to try to put this together, and we're going to try to clean it up to actually look a little bit more 40k-ish. Maybe give it some adornments, some skulls or something. I don't know. But I'm discovering a slight savings benefit here. So Horus Heresy, as far as I can tell, is not played by a ton of people. It's played by a good bit, and it's not a bad game. But because it's not really played by a metric ton of people, a lot of stores have a lot of stock, and they want to get rid of it. This Land Raider you see before you was $72 instead of the usual like $95. So if I ever want another, I can just get it this way. And I'm thinking the rhinos might be the same way, although I hear that people purchase the rhinos from Horus Heresy a lot because they do look a lot better than 40k rhinos, just in general. So a little bit of savings. I'll be able to theme them a little bit better. But we want to take a look at this because I might actually push to install lighting in this. I think I'm going to try to find purple LEDs too, because I don't like the UV LEDs I got. I need to find like purple ones and just do that. So we need to get building here, because this is probably going to take a couple hours. Considering all the parts that I saw online, yeah, this could take like an hour or two to put together. How's everyone doing? What up, Quendy? Beverage. I ordered this last night at like 1. And Amazon was like, you'll get it by 4 a.m. Like, this is so much stuff, man. What up, Spurget? We should have a bunch of these streams going forward with all the Emperor's Children stuff coming out. Well, this is a bit Horus Heresy, but yeah, hopefully ordering a battle box. I'm actually going to be doing. I sort of found an opening to play in a tournament this weekend on Saturday, but then I found out that the battle box was coming out, and I kind of want to just be like able to grab the battle box, right? Like I don't want to miss it. So I'm actually going to forego a tournament in hopes that I'll be at the Games Workshop store where I can order it from around the time of the pre-order drop. It's going to be very important. This is my first time. Oh no, I guess not. It's not my first time doing a Horus Heresy sprue. I technically, it's the Lancer Knight or whatever, my castigator. No, yeah, money's tight as well with me, but I've made some room. I've been cooking soup. I've been eating out very rarely. Money is still hella tight, though. I drove up to a wedding. My car is going to need to get its 60,000 mile maintenance soon. Where the hell is B1? That's like 6. Pretty sure it's this one. Oh, yep, there it is. That's why we're doing Horus Heresy tanks for Emperor's Children. They're like way cheaper Like, way cheaper. Specifically if you get them online. Because I feel like their prices are about the same in storefront. But since so many businesses really want to offload their Horus Heresy products, they put them on a very steep discount. Oh, there's like different. Oh no, I think one of these might be the interior. But yeah. Yesterday, a bunch of the stuff leaked out. It looks like a lot of Emperor's Children is relying on precision as well as no benefit of cover. So that's pretty cool. The Emperor's Children Demon Prince, actually really good. Debating getting one, but like that's just going to be full price, so... no, maybe not. The on-foot Demon Prince, though, if he's outside of 3 inches of an ally... I think it said outside. It's either outside or inside. There's a lot of like weird reversal stuff in Emperor's Children. Like how most Primarchs and people with those like multi-phased abilities where you can kind of pick a buff to have for the rest of the battle round. Most of them are like, yeah, you get to pick it in your command phase, and that's cool. Emperor's Children picks it in the enemy phase. Like Fulgrim does his shift in the enemy phase. So if you go first, you kind of don't want to send Fulgrim in. I mean, you're probably going to, but you don't necessarily want to, or at least you can't really do it into like certain things maybe. Like it's a little weird. Granted, mostly you're going to be using the -1 to damage you take. So as long as you send him in on something that you're pretty sure you're going to kill, it's not that big of a deal. It's fights first only if you choose it, and you in turn 1 you have to choose it in the enemy fight phase, which is good, or the enemy command phase, which is good because then you charge him. You maybe get a kill on something, and then if they charge you with something big, you can go, all right, I'm taking fights first. The fact that in the shooting phase, his shooting can poison something. You're going to have tokens for this, by the way. He can poison 2 things a turn, and it just 50-50 does D3 damage. He gets a boatload of attacks. I was trying to figure out why people would want to put Lucius in a squad because of the whole, like, he has lone op out of squad. But then I realized, I'm pretty sure the Flawless Blade ability is handed to Lucius. Like, I think he gets crit wounds on 3, right? Like, he's so devastating on his own, and Flawless Blades are insane with their stats. That is a wild squad to be handed crit wounds on 3. To always wound on a 3-up. That squad should be able to bring down, like, knights and stuff very easily. There's a decent bit of combos, despite the ability to, like, despite the lack of units, right? Like, that's what everyone's pointing out, and I agree. I agree, it's weird. We got a Helldrake, no Helbrute. That's odd. Maybe they're planning on redoing the Helbrutes or something. That's weird. The only cultists in the team are the one that's in the little vials on the Flawless Blades backpacks. Liquefied people. So, like, there's a lot of restriction in units. Demons are nowhere near what I was expecting. The idea that it's, like, one detachment that gets it, I'm pretty sure we're still getting a full-blown Demons Codex. Everyone's up in the air about what's happening to Demons because of this. Because if all the Pantheons are getting access to Demons directly in their codexes... But, like, it's not all of them. Like, the Slaanesh Demons are just... The only named character is Shalaxi. All the others are gone. So are they going to be in the Demon Codex, or is this the signal that the named demons are only going to be in AOS, outside of, like, the big one? They said the Grotmist attachments are still able to be used, which means the index is still in play. So, like, those have to be separate. So this is more like the Drakari in the Aldari Codex, or the Grey Knights in the Agents of the Imperium Codex. It's just a way to try to limit your need to purchase like 3 codexes when they drop, I guess. But I'm just super sad that it's only one detachment. The Carnival of Excess is just one detachment that utilizes it. Which is so stupid to me. Like, I feel like getting rid of the cultists, they could have easily just been like, yeah, you could just take demonettes. Don't worry about it. But instead it's, wow, you have to play Carnival of Excess. It's like, that sucks. Because I'm looking at it, I don't want to collect Slaanesh Demons. I mean, Slaanesh Demons are nigh impossible to collect right now. At best, I could get a Keeper of Secrets and a Shalaxi. But, like, all my local stores don't have Fiends, Demonettes, or any of that. I was thinking of getting some Fiends just to turn them into Chaos Spawn. So there's at least a little crossover there. Because I do think Chaos Spawn are going to have a purpose in Emperor's Children. 1 OC means that they're meant to do something. It's a little, I think, what, 60 point, 70 point or something unit that's meant to just, you know, do the contain action, have fun. Go to this point and stand on it and get shot. That's all you're meant for that many points. You're not actually going to kill anything, especially since you don't have the heal anymore. Like, it's over. But at least you're really cheap and able to perform actions and missions. So there's that. And if you realize that, especially the detachment I'm thinking of going, the one that everyone's now realizing is probably the strongest in general, the one with the edge uppy downy for just general units. That ability to just uppy downy on the edge, I mean, you just keep Chaos Spawn on the edge and just keep moving them around for a command point. So you can just do missions. It's a perfect idea. Poggers. Oh, we should probably... Yeah. There you guys go. get this put together. Realizing the camera might need to be flexed forward a little bit. I'm gonna get you guys some more visual on what we're working on. But yeah, a lot of the characters seem really good. The Demon Prince options are all very viable. And I know the joke is that Demon Prince are basically like, you don't need to care about them, they're not that great. But just in general, seeing like their stats and seeing the abilities they provide. I mean, one of the Demon Princes, I think the on foot one, provides nearby allies extra AP on their melee attacks. It's cool as hell, man. The winged one is still really good with his mortals on charge. Demon Princes are nice. Currently, for my Thousand Suns, I am using Ogroids as Chaos Spawn because they look like giant Zangors. But I was debating for these guys, for Slaanesh, to just use Fiends. Because you get 3 Fiends in a box, I believe. So all you need is 2 boxes and you'll get all 6 Chaos Spawn you could possibly field. For I think the price of 2 Chaos Spawn boxes. If I'm not mistaken. What the hell? No, this is... Oh no, this might not be right at all. Oh no, there we go. Why was I holding it at that angle? Horus Heresy models are different. There's like a little centering tag. It's nice. I'm actually very surprised how these are put together. There's these little dots that I don't know if you guys can see them or if you've ever put together a Horus Heresy model. There's these little plastic dots and then divots on the opposite sides so that they flawlessly sit into each other. If they don't flawlessly sit in with those little dots, you have to like go back in and redo stuff. So you can kind of test and check to make sure that the surface area is what it needs to be. It's really cool. It's the little rivets. I wonder if I can show you. So like that little dot right there, the rivet, the tiny one, you see the line around it. That little rivet on one side is a dot and the other is a depressed, like a little depressed area. So when you put them together, they just snap right in. Just super neat. But yeah, for Chaos Spawn, I always look for something big that has the same size base that you need. Which Ogroids are. And I think Fiends are as well. Because Fiends are very large. 5 and 4. And 3. It's stuff like this that has me convinced that there are drastically different teams on the development of sprues within Games Workshop, because this method for tank piecing together is very new to me. And I've put together a lot of tanks. Of all different kinds. And this approach of the rivet system is very smooth. I wonder where my tank upgrade sprues are. I do think I want a little bit of spiky bits on this. I just don't know what. We're halfway done my Warp Coven video. I'm trying to put it together for you guys. We can go over Warp Coven and Kill Team. I'm still trying to script together my strategic video idea where we're going to go over the concept that backline units that are really strong with their damage output but can't really move might actually be a detriment to your team. And you might need to think about not taking them to most games. Just trying to get the information like properly together. The whole thought, right? Because I don't want to just like throw it out there and be like, whatever. I barely explained myself. You figure it out. I want people to like fully recognize what I'm saying and go like, oh, maybe we should do that. That is an interesting idea. Very sound in concept. Because I do think that's a mistake a lot of people are making. If you leave too many units behind, the person you're fighting, if they put everything on the front line, they don't have to stay alive with everything. They just need a couple things up there by turn 4 that you can't get to because your sniper or heavy weapons guy is all the way at the back on a nice little vantage point, but he can't see anything because everything on the field's concealed and in heavy, so who cares? This is a Horus Heresy kit. This is the Land Raider Proteus, which after a very long-winded conversation on my local store Discord and a little bit of searching, I realized that Games Workshop did say around the launch of 10th, they did a Horus Heresy article where they went, yeah, we know. All the Horus Heresy models are now legend, so you can't really use them in competitive play in 40k, so sorry about that. But what we will say is we are, on a tournament level, completely cool with you using equivalent vehicles to 40k vehicles. So between Horus Heresy and 40k, they are completely fine. If the vehicle is a Land Raider, you can use it as a Land Raider. So the Land Raider Proteus is like a little bit shorter than a 40k Land Raider and a little bit wider in some areas. So it's a different footprint, absolutely. But only by a little bit. And I was worried that that might cause some issue with people strategically. Because, I mean, you got to think, this is the same kind of game system where that one, like, hover aircraft that Space Marines have, people were getting very annoyed with it because not all of its parts are close enough to the ground to be charged into. And occasionally people using it seemed to cheat people out of inches by like pressing down on the backs to bring the wings in the front up a little bit. This is a whole thing. There's this whole big issue that was going on. So, like, the pedantics of footprinting and stuff in 40k is pretty serious, I think. Because if a Land Raider can't be seen, like, if a normal Land Raider can't be seen around a corner, but the Proteus can, or vice versa, just because of how the footprint works, is that like a, is that a thing? Is that like a plus minus to that? Like, what's happening? But, I mean, Games Workshop literally went, if you have Proteus Land Raiders or the old Predators or Rhinos or something from Horus Heresy and you use them in your 40k army because you like their look, you think they match your aesthetic more, we're fine with that. We are absolutely fine with that. You do you, boo. I'm running out of Tamiya. This isn't good. I need to look at how that works. If the Minesweeper's on the front, does the door open or no? If not, then no, we're not doing the Minesweeper. I want the door to open because I might actually put LEDs inside. Depending on how far we get today, I might order some purple LEDs off of Amazon. I don't like the UV ones. The UV ones are too small. But purple. Purple we could do. Because purple LED also seems to cause like a pseudo blacklight reaction anyway, so I think it would work. Ah! I feel like we need to just attach these proper. Rather than just acetone melting them. But yeah, man, Emperor's Children leaks. Basically fully out at this point. Oh, I think I see. I think I know what you're talking about. The silicone stamper. The thing where you put like ink down on it and then you grab the symbol of whatever you're looking for with a silicone stamper and apply it to a surface. It looks cool. In my opinion, a far superior way to apply decals to things. It can't be necessarily as detailed. Necessarily. You could do some really cool stuff since it's all based on like dye, where you could do like a multi-tiered stencil. And D11. I might hold off putting the side door on. I'm trying to figure out a way to wire this up, and I honestly think there's a chance that maybe I do like little Dremel magnet on the top and bottom to put the door on, and then we utilize this area in here as a way to put one of the little magnet or one of the little battery things so that it can be on the side panel. No, yeah, and it's a good idea. Any kind of stencil work, I really enjoy for this type of thing. Stencil work is really good. It adds a lot, I think. Looking for this. Hopefully they're good in terms of like a legal sense. Here's D. This is D. Where's D3? Found it. Because a lot of the symbols they have on those markers are very Games Workshop-y symbols, so at any point Games Workshop could step in and be like, nope. Enough out of you. That's why you kind of got to go with generic symbols, just like a skull or numbers. No Imperial Eagle or anything like that. No, yeah. Didn't he apply it to... Because Casey... You're talking... Is Casey Goobertown? Is that who you're referring to? Apparently he's local-ish. Kind of like a couple hours away. But he went to the convention I went to for the YouTube channel I work for, where I did a 40K tournament. He went there. So, like... I was chilling in the parking lot getting ready to go in for when the convention opened, so I could be ready for the tournament, and like he was in his car like in front of me. It was just weird. Just sitting there like eating a sandwich. So awkward. I do like this. It's pretty cool. Oh yeah, Brent. The Brent video is the one I know. A lot of the people local to me watch him for stuff because he does do workshops in the area. So a lot of the people I play games with go to his workshops for hobby stuff. So that's cool. Little deflector panel. This is about Land Raider size. The thing is that the actual treads are going to push it out even further. That was the issue. When I saw it in picture, the one that I saw, the person who was showing it off showed this. And when it was sitting next to a Land Raider, it was so much smaller than a Land Raider. I was like, oh, there's no way. But then I saw one that actually had the treads, and the treads pushed this out like an extra inch. It's so big. Giggity. God, I gotta think about... Yeah, we'll hold off putting that on. I gotta think about what my my freaking Emperor's Children team's gonna be. Definitely Fulgrim. Definitely Mercurial Host. I feel like that's gonna be the big thing for me, is going with those functions. I think I'm gonna want to do 2 squads of 5. I'm wondering how the sprues are gonna be for like that standard Chaos Space Marine style unit. I wonder if we're gonna have access to 2 aspiring champions. I don't know if we're gonna have access to like 2 of their bodies, but honestly, we might just have access to enough tools to make them look like aspiring champions. I hope we have enough access to build 2 aspirings per box, because the battle box gets 2 of those squads. I definitely want one of them to be the melee version, and then I want one of them to be 2 squads of 5 of the bolt gun versions, so that I can, you know, make objectives sticky and then leave them. I think the mechanics there are going to be very useful. From what I understand with this, it's wider at on the left and right. It's slightly shorter in length, and I think, yeah, it's taller, like in general, because the way that these treads are gonna work, it makes it a little bit taller. At least it's what I remember when I was looking at the fully built versions next to each other. Still, they say it's good. They say it's viable to be used. It's getting like 100 messages. What the hell is this? I still think it might be a better idea to just put 2 full-size squads of Flawless Blades without a leader, without Lucius, in them inside this Land Raider and just chuck them at people. I think that'd be a little too funny. Because Land Raiders are up to 12-man units. Right? Up to a 12-man. And if you go Lucius in a squad that's full-sized for Flawless, you can't do it anymore. But if you just go 2 full-size Flawless squads, this becomes the biggest bomb of all time. Imagine charging those into, like, a frickin' full-on, like, big knight. I honestly think those could take out like a giant Titan. Like just the sheer damage output from it. Hitting on 2s, crit wounds on 3s. Ugh. Gross. I have a feeling everyone's going to be using Mercurial Host who plays this in the area. I might go Chosen. I might show up and have like 2 lists. And if they're like, yeah, I play Mercurial Host, I'll be like, alright, I don't want us to mirror match. So I'll swap mine to Chosen. We'll see how this works. I feel like there's so much crossover between Chosen and Mercurial. You could probably run the exact same list in both. Yeah, it's a bit wild to see, like, considering how all the other Pantheon codexes actually leaned into just, like, general Chaos Space Marine stuff. I'm surprised we didn't get a pushover from, like, weird elements of the Chaos Space Marine Codex. Like, it could have been cool for us to get Venom Crawlers as something we'd have access to, whereas no other team would have access to them outside of Chaos Space Marines. Venom Crawlers feel so Slaanesh-y. The whole pleasure from pain thing, building up attacks as you get kills. No, yeah, I could see that. And I think there's going to be one sprue that just has, like, 2 sprues in total that are going to have the Aspiring Champion stuff on them. Which, yeah. I think that's my battle box build. I'm going to have the 2 squads of Noise Marines just built as they are, with the 2 guys who have the full blast mastery things. And then everyone else just has the basics. And that's fine, you know. It's pretty bog standard. And then I'm going to lean into 2 squads 5 of the ranged, and then 1 squad 10 of the melee. And I think for my leader, we're going dual melee. We're going whip in the offhand, because, like, this is a melee army, man. I don't care about that plasma pistol. I don't. Does he have a noise pistol, though? Because I'm going to, potentially by the end of this, I'm going to have 3 different leader options. And I'm either going to build them all the exact same way, which is going to be kind of dumb. Or maybe there's a noise pistol option, which I don't think there is. I think he is literally just plasma pistol or all melee. Let me take a look, because they did finally release his information this morning. Oh no, he does get a Screamer pistol. It's actually really good too. 3 attacks, hitting on 2s, strength 5, AP 1, damage 2. That's really good. That's at least a potential, maybe 1 or 2 Space Marines dead. I mean, either way, I think in his offhand, maybe I build 1 for precision, which would be like a Screamer pistol, mastercrafted power sword, and then I build another for like full blown. This is Slaanesh situation with a Phoenix Power Spear and a Rupture Lash. He's gonna give everyone in the squad lethal hits, and once per battle, add 3 to the attack characteristics of melee weapons equipped by this model. Which I don't think helps the Rapture Lash. Rapture Lash can't take bonuses unless it explicitly says, to my understanding, because extra attacks can't go up. But then improves Armor Pen characteristic, which will do it. It will up the Rapture Lash to a 2 AP, and then the Power Spear to a 3. So that's pretty good. I love that the Lord Cacophonist is basically a Terminator Lord. Everyone was like, there's no Terminator Lord. No, your Lord Cacophonist is a Terminator Lord. 2+ save, 4+ invuln or whatever? Or is it a 5? Yeah, 2+ save, 4+ invuln. He can go into the Terminator squad. It's fine. Demon Prince of Slaanesh and Demon Prince of Slaanesh with wings. It's so good, man. Such a good model. Is it inside or outside of 3 inches? Well, this model is within 3. Okay, so if he's within 3 of ally units, you can't shoot him unless you're within 12. That is wild for a Demon Prince. But yeah, Tormentors. These are the ones that just get sticky objective. If they get a kill, you get a CP. Potentially, I think. Or no, you just get a CP. If your basic battle line units kill people, you get a CP. That's really good. These guys come with the basic array, melt-a-gun, plasma gun, stuff like that. The leader, of course, plasma pistol, rapture lash. There's really nothing else special about them. They just sticky stuff. The Infractors, though. Each time this model unit targets an enemy with its melee, reroll wounds of 1. If they're on an objective, reroll all wounds. And then you throw the melee leader into the squad, giving them lethal hits on top of precision. So this would be a full 10-man squad. Let's see. Obsessionist gets a lash. 1 Infractor can be equipped with an icon of excess. Everyone else has dueling sabers. Even the Rapture Lash has precision. But yeah, 10 people, all dueling sabers. This is a Scout 6 squad that can advance and charge due to the keyword issue, like the whole EC thing. So of 10 people, that's 40 attacks, and then you add an extra 2, so 42 attacks in total. Thankfully, they made the Rapture Lash the same profile as the dueling saber. So you can just roll it all. Literally 42 attacks, lethal hits with potential rerolls of wounds. God, that is insane. That's not dice that I roll. I play Thousand Suns. I dream of 40 attacks. That's just not something I have access to. Chaos Terminators are kind of meh. They do get a reroll charge roll against the target they shoot if they shoot everything at that target. Which, that's a downside. If you're shooting everything at your target and the person pulls all the models from the front and just increases your charge range by like 2 or 3 inches, it just sucks. Helldrake gets a flyover mortal. Noise Marines are good. I like the Blastmaster single. It's nice. Mauler Fiend is okay. The Chaos Rhino, though. I know one of you guys, I think one of you guys, or potentially someone was like, I'm doing the transport. Well, you picked right, because Chaos Rhinos, specifically for Emperor's Children, are really good. They're the ones that you can advance and then disembark everyone from, and they only are considered to have normal moved. That's it. They're just normal moves. They cannot charge, but they can do all other actions. So this thing can maneuver really well. It's a really, really good vehicle. And then, yeah. Fulgrim, 385 points. My Chaos Land Raider, 240. So, over a quarter of my army is already purchased and being put together / painted. So it's nice. It's a nice little combination what we got going here. I don't think I want to go another Land Raider. I think we're good on 1 though. Maybe a Rhino or 2. Maybe. Because the trick is that those Infractors, one of them gets Scout. So if I get a Rhino and I put them in it, I get a Scouting Rhino, which is really nice. what's great is that the other squad gets infiltrate. So if your opponent has infiltrators and you're placing first, you can create a safe area for your rhinos to move up. I mean, you'd be surprised. The trick is the back and forth turns. Back and forth turns are devastating when it comes to thought processes. It is a lot easier for people to think in terms of like, oh, let me activate this character, and then you'll activate a character, and then I'll activate a character. It's so much easier. It feels really close to like an old school JRPG, which is really good in my opinion. Because you can plan. You can have, like, better planning than normal. Whereas in large scale, it's just so much harder to foresee everything. I think EC are going to be really good, though. If you consider how the missions are right now in Big Hammer, like how the side missions work, how the main missions work, I think the one thing they're missing, it seems like, is anti-deep strike or anti-reserve 12 inches. Anti-reserve 12 inches is considered insanely good. It is super useful in so many situations. I have a Chaos Knights list that involves like a lot of demon tech stuff for capturing points and holding areas. And then it has it has one of like the big ones. I can never remember what they're called. It's like the full-blown giant frickin' knights that comes with the anti-reserve 12-inch aura, and it just sits in back messing with people. No. It's the one that has the volcano cannon on it. And the giant plasma gun. The Abominant has the Mortal Wounds aura. I like Abominants because they're so cheap now. But, like, they're still not good. I agree fully that they're not good. But they keep making them cheaper and cheaper. Which is the biggest consolation prize for what they did, what they ended up doing to Dev Wounds, to ruin Dev Wounds. I love that they forgot about it too. There were a couple points adjustments that came out where like the Abominant didn't really get touched. It's like they completely forgot that his whole purpose was to try to go for Dev Wounds. Yeah, it's the Tyrant. Like my list of, I think it's a Tyrant, 7 or 8 dogs. I think it might be 7 dogs. Changeling and 2 squads of blue horrors. Pretty sure it's 2 squads blue horrors. So I have the infiltrators on the front line. They're just chilling near objectives to hold them. You've got the Changeling as that classic turn 2 mechanics unit, turn 2 and beyond. You can just show up on the battlefield and do whatever the hell he wants. First time I actually used him in a long time. He actually shut down a wave serpent. My opponent was trying to shoot him with a wave serpent. Or no, I selected him in the top of the shooting phase to roll for the effect, and I rolled the full-blown 6 for can't shoot this turn. He was not happy. I think it's a good list. It's like an odd list. Not at all what I'm used to, because I'm used to the synergy of a Castigator and all the Brigands and stuff, and the Desecrator, and it all kind of works together in a great way. But that's great for anti-infantry punch. It's not really good for like holding objectives or doing anything. It's actually kind of bad at that, so I'd much rather have a team a little more designed for the mission. Because that team is more designed for trying to counter my opponent from achieving missions. Which is not exactly the best. I think I tried to fit a stalker in that list. I gotta try to figure out if I can make a sticky objective on the back line, because then I can just move the tyrant into the middle of the field. Which I think might be the ideal. I might try that list, honestly. I really want to, even though I don't have the Screamers for it, I do really want to try the Tzeentch Grotmist detachment again for demons. I love the Grotmist detachment for Tzeentch demons. I love it so much. You really need Screamers, or else you're not going to have anti-monster or vehicle punch at all. But it's still just so stupidly fun. Like, that detachment really gets me in terms of, like, the ways I like to play. The whole concept of, you know, it's kind of fun for everyone involved. I'm handing you reroll tokens. You having them is providing me benefits. Kinda brilliant. No, yeah. If you go the Grotmist Knights, you 100% want those battle cannons. You either want Gatlings or full blown. Either one works. No, yeah, the other detachment's more effective at what it needs to do. Definitely. I do think the Grotmus one, though, might be a little closer to what the Codex is going to try to push for. In terms of having, like, small fodder units. Trying to get us to utilize not just big vehicles. Which could bring what I think Knights need to the table, which is to not feel so stupidly oppressive with armor. Once in a while with the local players, like the new ones, I do try to play the villain role of introducing them to something that like is more of a stat check than anything else. Like I'll hit the local players with my knights. Because they always do that, they do that thing that we all kind of do when we first start playing, which is looking at the stats of our characters and stuff and being like, oh, this is really strong, nothing can stop this. And they have that, like, built-in sense of, well, as long as I use all these units that have the best guns and melee on my team, I can't lose. But then they have no mechanics units, they don't have, like, specific units meant to achieve certain goals, they don't have the stuff needed to score properly when they're playing. And they kind of suffer a little bit from that. Right? Like they don't have what they need. In order to achieve like the greater victory. Well, even in for the new Grotmus detachment for Knights, you can still Kool-Aid Man. The super heavies can go through walls. Super heavies have it built in. It's just they get battle shocked or something on like a certain roll. So it's a little bit hit or miss. But yeah, super heavies can still go through walls. I even think the lights can still go through walls too. They realized how strong that was for Knights and how necessary it was, so they kind of made it universal. Yeah. Oh god. Now we gotta do the treads. Everyone's least favorite part about tank building. Figuring this bullshit out. Alright, this looks like a half and half. 18. 18. So yeah, they kind of double up. Now the real trick is I play Soulforged as well, CSM. They get Kool-Aid Man. You Kool-Aid Man a Mauler Fiend through a wall. That scares the hell out of people. just like, hey, how's it going? How do they want this? They want the double to be at the front for both of these. So you kind of need to place it like this. I think I see why people don't glue these down right away. They try to paint. Because then you can actually paint underneath and get that all set up because of the gap. I think it'll be fine though. I'm not that worried about it. With how I airbrush, it should hit everything that's pertinent. Treads. Double near the front. Let's do the other one as well, just to preemptively mark the double to the front. God, I hope I get this pre-order in. If not, I'm going to be the only idiot with a friggin' Land Raider meant for an army I don't have. It's an issue, too, because you know that friggin' Emperor's Children are, like, a major fan favorite. I'm expecting this shit to sell out in, like, minutes. I'm kind of mad that the stores, the way the Warhammer stores work, is focused on you needing to, like, be there to log into the computer and back yourself and, you know, do all that. It's so annoying, the concept of it, that I can't just go in on the day and, like, actually pre-order. Like, something we've been so used to as just general nerd culture with, like, video games and stuff, to just show up to the store and go, I want this. And to have the store clerk go, it'll be here. Your name will be on it. It'll be in back. No, yeah, World Eaters are also pretty big. I don't feel worried at all about the Thousand Suns one. I don't even know if I'm going to get a battle box. I have too many Rubric Marines. I don't know what they would do. I think if the Automata that's been rumored get released, the Psychic Automata, that's cool, but, like, if the battle box is going to be, like, 2 of those and then a bunch of Rubrics, I'm not buying it. It's not happening. I don't need the special edition frickin' Codex. That's just pointless to me. Codexes come and go. I don't have a lot of room to store it, so the moment it's no longer useful, I'm going to have to throw it out. Once I put the code for it in my phone, well, it's going to sit on a shelf. Although, to my understanding, it takes a little while for Games Workshop to update the app. One of our local players, well, we have a ton of local players who play Astra Militarum, and it took like a week or two for them to finally put the Astra Militarum Codex in the app. They had to run everything exclusively off of the points and information from the codex they had. Once I get that box, though, we're going to go hard. I wonder how many points that's going to be. Like, let me actually... Because I don't think they're going to update the points in the Militarum right away. They might, though. They might do the Militarum points pretty quickly. But I kind of want to see what that codex plus my Fulgrim and my Land Raider does in terms of points. And we're going to probably try to get my hands on a Rhino or two on top of it. What are we looking at? Calculator. So, Land Raider 240 plus Fulgrim 385 plus. This thing comes with, I was thinking 2 squads infractors, right? Or is there, was it tormentors or infractors that are the gunners? It's gonna be a term I'm gonna have to figure out. Infractors are melee, so tormentors. We need 2 small squads tormentors, 1 big squad infract. Oh no, no, yeah, right. Battle box is 2 of these, so it should be 2 small squads tormentors, 95 plus 95. Because I don't think, do we get a discount if we go to 10? It looks like we do. No, it's equivalence. There's no discount. 1 big squad infractors. Same points value for either. Okay. 190 plus. We're already at 1,000. Lord Exultant, sure. 85 plus. And then we're going to be getting... Because only the battle box is coming out. We're not getting Lucius and the Cacophonist until later, I imagine, right? So past that point, we get 2 squads noise, 135 each. I'm going to on hand have 1360 for my army. Best case scenario, I could probably add 2 rhinos. Which only pushes it to 1510. What up, go for it. And that doesn't even involve detachment stuff, which I'm pretty sure there was 1 or 2 from Mercurial Host that I liked. I just can't remember what they were. Did they repost the detachment rules? I think the subreddits pulled all the info down. Detachments. Alright, Mercurial Host. Model only after both players have deployed their armies. Tactical perfection? Yeah. Really. Model only. Each time a model in this bearer's unit makes an attack targets an enemy unit below starting strength, add 1 to the hit roll. If the target is below half, add 1 to the wound roll. Intoxicating Musk. Model only. Each time after target attacks bearer's unit strength characters attack characters subtract. So they get the -1 to wound. Loathsome dexterity, model only. Each model in this bearer's unit makes a normal, advance, or fallback. It can move through. Yeah, like literally it would just be tactical perfection. So just an extra 15 points for a 2-unit redeploy. So 15, 25. 15, 25, and that's if I get 2 rhinos. Which I'm not sure I want to right now. Like, literally, I'm just going to have to wait for the combat patrol, which kind of sucks. Either that or I tell people I want to play in a 1,000-point game, and then I put a Fulgrim in a... Oh, that sounds so bad, just to be like, I want to play 1,000 points. People are like, oh, I think I know what he's bringing. Surprise, Fulgrim. I did that with Magnus once. That felt mean. No, yeah. It's one of those things where I really want to take them out for funsies, man. I really want to just put them into play. Because, what is it? So, 15, 25 plus 15 for 15, 25. Combat Patrol comes out. It lands me another Lord Exultant, which I might use. Maybe? I think at that point, though, I would wield the rest of the guys as the melee infractors for 190. And then you get a full thing of Flawless Blades for 260. And that's 25 away. So yeah, even without the Lord Exultant being applied, which means I might have to sacrifice a land, or I might have to sacrifice a Rhino or 2. One Combat Patrol does it with Fulgrim and a Land Raider. I won't need anything else. That's 2k and extra. And the thing is, I want Lucius. So yeah, I think I'd have to get rid of both my Rhinos. Pick up Lucius to chuck into the blades, throw them in the tank. Because I do feel like you don't want too many blades. It's a really good beat stick, but you do need to get mechanical stuff done, in my opinion. So having extra cheap Marines to run around and do stuff is really good. And we're still suffering the problem of trying to figure out how to perform missions. Like, we don't have a mission monkey at that point. Honestly, there might be some viability once you get Lucius and remove certain things and elements from this team to try to put a Chaos Spawn Squad or 2 on the field. Because of the OC1. Them having OC1 is really good for mechanics, because you don't have mechanics units. You don't have the thing you actually want in order to just be like, oh, let me run over here and perform an action. C19. So honestly, that's going to be it. Also, what's up, Steeljack? What's up? Go for it. What's up, Namiology? I'm trying to be more community friendly, more social. Super happy that I found out that Horus Heresy models are just super cheap online. Cheap armor, baby. Let's go. That's just more money for my combat patrol. From what I can tell, it's all rushdown, man. You're definitely going to want a couple... okay. Hang on. So you're super limited on units, right? Like, that's an issue. That is genuinely an issue. Let's go with this. That's good. Full screen. Good. Yeah. So this finally got released, which is really cool. This is a really good model. Once per battle at the start of the fight, this model can use its ability. If it does, until the end of the phase, add 3 to the attack characteristic of melee weapons equipped by this model and improve armor pen by 1. So, you take a power spear, you charge, you use this. It ups it to 8 total attacks here at strength, or at AP 3, damage 2 with Lance for the +1 to the wound roll, which is really good. He gives lethal hits to a squad. You want him in a squad of whatever the melee version of this is, because that's just great. Rapture Lash gets the AP increase, not the attack increase, because extra attacks don't increase their attacks unless the ability explicitly says otherwise. The version of him that involves a Mastercrafted Power Sword for precision, which is really nice, and a Screamer Pistol also looks really good, because this is statted really well. But yeah, definitely one of these guys. Of course, you're just going to have them. It's fantastic. This, when it drops, is probably going to be really good. Just from the sustained 1, throwing it into a Noise Marine squad is really good sounding. But he's also the leader for your Terminators if you really want sustained 1 in your Terminators. He also does, like, just fun battle shocky stuff, which is whatever. Sorcerer, this is actually really cool. He's the slow guy. He has the built-in slow. I don't really know how valuable he is, though. He does provide benefit of cover to the squad that he's in, which is nice. And this is pretty good, too. But probably avoid, I don't know. If you go Demon Prince, Slaanesh is the way to go. Like, this, super strong. This, super strong. Just pick one. 14-inch move, you kidding me? 10? Go for it. This is your beat stick. This is your, I need to keep them safe. I need to get them into melee. The team itself has advance and charge, but it's like a weird thing. You can advance and charge only if you do it to a specific squad that I don't think is getting hit with that same concept. So you kind of have to send a squad in one at a time, but like, yeah, I mean, they're going to give you these. So in the combat patrol. So you want like a full squad of these, either with Lucius or without. Doesn't really matter necessarily. But Lucius plus this is really good. The 3+ to score critical wounds. This squad basically always wounds on 3+ whenever you use this. It's like a hazardous function. And the only way to test for hazardous is whether or not you kill stuff. So as long as you're pretty sure you're going to kill stuff with 6 guys swinging 3 times each, hitting on 2s, wounding on 3s with AP 3 damage 2, like, you're probably going to be good. This is insane. This whole thing here is insane. Now, when Chaos Space Marine Codex dropped, the Chaos Spawn were given OC 0, which meant you wanted to use cultists. There's no cultists in this army, so these guys got OC 1 again. Save 4, no invulnerable, which is not good. Feel no pain 5, though, so whatever. The trick with these is they're not meant for, like, melee. They're not meant for any of that. 10-inch move is the fastest of all Chaos Spawns. That is insane speed. Not only that, but they are beast, which means they can go through walls, just like infantry can. Also, anti-infantry doesn't work against them, because there's no infantry here. As well, like anti-monster, they're not monster. Like, these guys get to just exist. They're hard to bring down. You do not want them to be shown to people, is kind of the big trick. They lost their heal, but once per turn, they can They have a reactive move. A reactive move of flat 6. These are the best mechanics units on this team that can keep themselves alive. Because all you gotta do is pop out, and if somebody has melee potential or deep strikes... I don't think deep strike, actually, because that's outside of 9. But if somebody moves near you because they're like, oh, I need to kill your Chaos Spawn because you just scored again and you did all this stuff, you just reactive move. Not even a d6 roll. Flat 6. You just move them 6 inches away. The hit and fade with these is so good, and they're so cheap. They're like 60 points or something. You're going to want maybe 2 squads of these to just do mechanics things. Running along the edge of the map for the OC1, like, contain function. Like, this is good. You want a good bit of these. Tormentors, split them into 2 squads of 5. They are sticky objective. They have infiltrators, so you can just chuck them down in the field if you want. Maybe use one on the back line so that you can sticky your home objective. You know, it's whatever. Just put a squad of 5 down, spread them out or something, so that you can just leave them back there. This is nothing. Like, this is just whatever. If the standard battle line for you, if they get kills, you get a CP. And that persists over here, which this is the important one, because you put a leader in the squad, giving them lethal hits. If they're attacking something in general, reroll wound roll of 1. Great. But they also, if it's on an objective, not even an objective you don't control, if they're on an objective, reroll wound roll. Full wound roll. Just go for it. These guys are the reactive and kind of like forward momentum killers, because 4 attacks each with precision, which means you're going to go for that leader before anything else, most likely. Scout 6, so they do move up. You can put them into rhinos, which is nice. Those rhinos will get Scout 6. Definitely think of rhinos and transports. This is going to be a transport heavy army. That's why I'm building this Land Raider, and that's why I'm probably going to grab a rhino or 2. But yeah, this squad with a leader gets 42 attacks total if they're untouched. So it's quite a lot, and you can upgrade a lot of stuff in the Emperor's Children through their ploys. Like, you could up strength, you could up AP. There's all different functions with that. So like, this is a very powerful unit for how cheap they are. They're 190 points for a full-size squad. This is insane. And again, lethal hits if you take a leader. I know people are talking about wanting to use Terminators. I don't like these. They're full 6-inch move, which is better than most, but I hate this. In your shooting phase, each time this unit is selected to shoot, if it makes 1 or more ranged attacks and all of those attacks target the same enemy unit, until the end of the turn, each time this unit declares a charge, if that enemy unit is a target of that charge, you can reroll the charge roll. The thing is, I think the way shooting works is you select a squad, you select profiles and units, and then you attack. So there is a reality where you select this unit, you pick a combi bolter, 1 combi bolter, you shoot an enemy with it, then you charge for the bonus, or for the ability to reroll. And that's it. But it's like, the points value of Terminators is always overcosted for the value of what they provide. Most Chaos Terminators aren't, like, great. They're hard to kill, but they don't really come with a lot of good stuff. Like, Space Wolf Terminators, fantastic. There's just most Death Guard, good. But, like, I don't know. None of this is appealing to me. I wish they were unique to EC, but I get that they can't be right away, at least. Noise Marines. You're going to be getting 2 squads out of the battle box. These are kind of core. You could throw them into rhinos if you want, because then you get the 2 back seats that have this attached to it, which is insane. But yeah, these guys mostly are probably going to sit on one side of a wall, and then when the time comes, they're just going to step through the wall if something's within 18-inch range and just annihilate it. Really good stats in general. Like, this is anti-Space Marine, and this is most of your squad. Like, you walk through a wall and just kill a Space Marine squad. Ignore cover, universal, so all you gotta do is see them. They can't retain saves of increased rates. They're always going to be rolling on 4s unless they use Armor of Contempt, or you can hit them with this nonsense. And again, you throw the Cacophonist into 1 or 2 squads. You might want both squads to have a Cacophonist, because then it's this plus Sustained 1, which is really good. Helldrake. This is the biggest slap in the face of everyone who owns a lot of armor and was hoping Emperor's Children would have a lot of armor options. To have this be one of your core, like, 2 armor options for walkers, or like this style of demon engine. I mean, it gets the flyover mortals, but yeah, you probably just want to avoid this, honestly. Giving this advance and charge, though, is kind of funny, especially when you have it in hover mode. Mauler Fiends. I mean, this is it for your... You don't get Helbrutes, you get Mauler Fiends, so hopefully you like them. This, though, is key. Like I'm saying, you want Rhinos, because Rhinos are actually insanely good in this list because of this. You can advance and disembark. It's pretty good. This is insanely good. You might want 1 or 2 Rhinos on hand, especially for the squads that give them Scout. If not a full, like, you can fill these with Noise Marines and then run them up, drop the Noise Marines out, and just blow something up. Because the cool thing is, the leader of the Noise Marines, the Cacophonist, has the same stats and rules as a Terminator for his save, but he's not in Terminator armor, so he can go in here. You just can't put Flawless Blades in here and Terminators. And then they have these, which honestly, it's only for 1 detachment. You probably don't need to care about it. But like I was saying, I'm taking a Land Raider, I'm taking Fulgrim, because Fulgrim's really good. I like him. I know a lot of people are like, I'm not going to go Fulgrim. It's like, alright, that's fine. I want to use him, because he's kind of awesome. Like, this is so cheap. Yeah, like, Lord Exultant, where is it? Chaos Spawn, 70 points. 70 points for mechanics models. Go for it. Get 2 squads of 2. Figure it out. I'm going to be probably trying to purchase Fiends to use as Chaos Spawn, because I want the Slaanesh look for a Chaos Spawn. I don't like how regular Chaos Spawn look. I know there's a whole group of people who are like, Chaos Spawn are fantastic because they're just Mr. Potato Head for Chaos. But this looks dumb to me. I really don't like how this looks. It looks so stupid. I'd much rather have something Slaanesh themed be a Chaos Spawn. Let me fade out and fade back in a second, because we'll do this. We'll go over it. We'll go over everything. These are the detachments. This is the one that comes with demons. This is probably going to be more or less what all the codexes are going to get for the Pantheon. You can get 1,000 points of allies instead of the 500, which is good. There's no restriction on battle line versus big, so technically you could go a bunch of big characters in this. Like, you could go triple frickin' Keeper of Secrets or whatever. Like, it's fine. It's good. Like, some of this is good. Like, it has potential in a lot of its functions. It has a lot of crossover, which is fine. You just have to remember that, I don't think... Here's the big thing. I don't think the demons have Emperor's Children. Yeah. No Emperor's Children. They're Legion of Excess, keyword, Emperor's Children. So, Legion of Excess, no Emperor's Children. Which is very key here, because all these upgrades are only usable for the actual Marines. This is the only one that's usable for a demon, and it's only for the Keeper of Secrets. But, like, there's some in here that help with the Slaanesh style units and Legion of Excess units. So, like, it's kind of okay for crossover. This is the big one that everyone's saying is huge, though. Because there is one other detachment that does full rerolls of wounds for whoever your champion is, which that's pretty cool. but it's also not universal. It doesn't help everything. This helps everything. Every single unit in your army can reroll its advance rolls, which you can advance and charge with this army. So rerolling advance rolls, super strong. You also get like -1 to wound rolls against weapons that are higher in strength than your toughness. You could easily throw that into one of your melee infractor squads or whatever and just rush them down and have some pretty good defensive options. Or you could throw it on a cacophonist and put that in your Terminator squad. That's really powerful. Terminators that you can't roll better than a 3 to wound on and you have to double to get that 3. That's pretty crazy. Emperor's Children. Like this is the big reason I like it. Tactical Perfection. You get 2 things you can pick up and put into strategic reserves or just put them down on the field somewhere. Like, this is all really good. This is just all really good. You get uppy downy as long as you're near a table edge. Like, this is all insanely good. Mercurial Host is going to be, I think, the bog standard, what everyone goes for Emperor's Children for a long time. This is so stupid, but I love it. This is one, and here's the thing. They don't talk about this, I think, enough. So at the start of the battle round, if your warlord is on the battlefield, you have to pledge a number. And if you get that number or greater, you get the number you chose as pact points, which then unlocks your team's ability to do like all this extra stuff, like critting on a hit roll of 5, which is really good with all those sustained possibilities and lethal hits. It also gives melee hits lethal and sustained. So like this and this, pretty crazy. Reroll wound rolls of 1, even though you already have a squad that kind of does that. But it's each time a model in this unit makes an attack in general. So even Noise Marines get the reroll wound rolls of 1. That's really, really good. Like, they gain a bonus depending on how many pack points you have gained during the battle, blah, blah, blah. Right? If you don't achieve the number, your warlord takes D3 mortals. So, that's crazy. Here's the thing. It says say a number. Is 0 a number? Because I'll say 0 turn 1. I'll say 0 turn 1 all day. I'll just go, yeah, I'm not going to get a kill turn 1. I'm not going to fully kill a unit turn 1. I'm going to say 0. And then I just get 0 pack points. But I also don't take D3 mortals. Like, this is a weird list. It's fun because of this function and basically calling your shot. Because if you think you can kill 3, but everything has to go right for you to kill 3, and then something goes slightly wrong, you take damage instead. It's funny. I like this, but like, I don't think you're going to see this that often. This, I know one person from our community said they want to do this, and I agree. This is actually really cool. If you have a lot of rhinos, if you have a lot of land raiders on hand, this is insanely cool. They have an ability. You give one of your infantry models this, which would only be your cacophonist or your Lord Exultant. And if he's outside of the vehicle doing something, right, and within 6 of that vehicle, if something shoots that vehicle like a las cannon to try to kill it, you can, if it fails, like if you fail all your saves and the guy's like, yeah, las cannon damage time, you just go, nah, don't roll it. It's 0. It's so good. So stupidly good. Like, there's so many fun functions here. And then they have a lot of, like, they have a transport-based uppy-downy from Table Edge. They have a reactive get out of your transport function, which I think is even further. Yeah, it's 6 inches from transport. Not 3, like normal, 6. This is crazy, because you just put a transport near an objective, and if something gets near it, or I think it has to shoot it. Yeah, something has to shoot the Rhino or Land Raider, and then you just pay a command point, and then you put a squad 6 inches away from the transport. That's so good. This is so good. Like, all of this is insanely good. They have the 1 CP get out of a transport that made a normal move, and you have the ability to charge. 1 CP lets you charge from a Rhino that moved. Like, it has an assault ramp. That's so cool. Like, This is really good. Honestly, I do think you maybe see a little bit of this in tournament play. Because, like, even this is good. If you get out of a transport, you can reroll hits of 1 and wounds of 1. It's such a good ability. And it makes an attack very key. Not ranged, an attack. So, Noise Marines, absolutely fine. I think each time, from your army makes an attack if it disembarked this turn. So this turn, which means player turn. So technically, if you get out reactively, it's one of those things where you could block something from getting to your vehicle, and then if they charge it, you do get this for that turn. But yeah, melee, ranged, hit rerolls, and wound rerolls. Really good. You probably don't want anything on foot at the start of the game. Maybe Chaos Spawn. You'll probably be fine with Chaos Spawn being on foot at the top of the game, just because they're meant for mechanics. They don't really care about any of this. Well, I kind of like this. Sort of. It's good, but it's also not great. Because you have to remember that this is being built around the Flawless Blades, but the Flawless Blades can't have a leader that can get upgrades. So it's entirely built around this for your Flawless Blades. A lot of units can use it, and it's generally strong, but it's strongest in the hands of, like, Flawless Blades. It's a really good list, though, in general. This might be seen occasionally. This is one I think will be seen, but I think it's going to be seen in, like, a weird way. In my opinion, if you can time Fulgrim really easily, this is insanely strong. Because Fulgrim is always your warlord, therefore he is always your lead character, right? Depending on how many characters you take in your army, it might be, like, you probably don't even want a lot of, like, other characters. You probably don't want a Cacophonist. You might not even really want the Lord Exultant. You might only want Fulgrim in this, because he'll always be your champion, which means he will always have full wound rerolls. And in general, the abilities in here are pretty good. They're not that bad. I mean, if you only have Fulgrim, you don't even have to care about this. But, like, Emperor's Children character models, you can increase strengths and stuff. You can, as a champion, like, loses champion or gains it, they, like, do mortals near them. Like, this is pretty cool. I do like this. This was the first one we were shown, and I thought this was going to be the strongest until we were shown Mercurial. So, like, they have some good detachments, I think. So if you're planning on playing EC, it's all rush down. You want to be on top of people turn 1 if possible. But you do need to plan at least maybe a quarter of your army's cost to be for mechanics. You cannot forget that there's stuff to do. If you're not scoring points, there's a possibility that your opponent will stall you enough and score enough points that even if by the end of the game you feel like you're really far ahead, you're actually really far behind. So yeah, make sure you maybe take some Chaos Spawn. Make sure you take a couple small squads of the bolter gun users so that you can sticky objectives. No matter what you do, you need at least a small handful of those. I was talking earlier that a lot of the people... We've gotten a lot of new players at our local store. A lot of new players. And they're all falling into the trap most of us do when we first start out. We look at our list of the army we love. We find that one unit that has an insanely good statted attack. And we think that that's all you need. Right? Oh, I'm going to take all of this unit that's insanely good at attacking. Okay, that's fine. How are you going to score points? Well, hopefully I'm going to table you in like 4 turns. It's like, okay. That doesn't trigger a victory. It doesn't mean you've won. If I'm 80 points ahead of you because you're not scoring any points yourself, since you can't perform actions because of how few units you have. You can't hold objectives on the field. I can just outmaneuver you. with all my uppy, downy, and flight function. All my weak as hell sounding units are able to defeat your extremely powerful hyper elite units. And that's just how it works out. So they're all in that mind state right now. Because all I see when they come into play is like, here's all my hyper elites. And it's like, alright, you're not gonna have a fun time. You're just not. You're about to have the least fun you've ever had in a single game. It does bode well for chaos spawns and other armies, though. Like, I really hope my chaos spawn are still good in Thousand Suns. I do love them as my mechanics unit. Technically, what is Sprue? I feel like I'm babbling. Trying to remember what I was saying. Since I'm mostly talking about people going hyper elite, because like we have a guy who plays Grey Knights, and he's literally just like, I only want to play like the best damage output units possible, and just like nothing for mechanics. It's like, alright. We had a guy playing Nids, who I was trying to, like the whole time we were playing, I was trying to remind him, I was like, you know you gotta be on that objective, and he's like, I know, but I could just run across the field and try to get into melee with you, and I was like, it's gonna be a 10-inch charge, you want to risk that? And he was, or do you want to go get points? He was like, I'm gonna try the charge, and then he failed the charge, and lost the whole game. Oh, the spawn kit thing? No, it kinda does. It has like one head from Tzeentch that looks like a bird. I think it has like one corn head. It has some Nurgle looking stuff. But like, the way the potato body looks, you kinda need some green stuff, because it does the whole... It does the cup, which you put the component in, which means there's a divot around the component, which just doesn't look good, so you kind of need green stuff to make it work. Which looks like garbage. I'm going to post this in the local Discord, and everyone's going to freak out. Oh, you're playing Horse Heresy now. We have a very small, but very vocal group of Horse Heresy players in our local stores. The thing is, they try to sell me on it by being like, it's basically 3rd edition. Because they know I played 3rd edition, and I'm like, that's not the selling point you think it is. Genuinely, it's not the selling point you think it is. Technically, my Emperor's Children are going to be very easily batch painted. I know Fulgrim took a little bit of time, but the methodology that I'm going to use is going to make it so easy to paint. Like, just the general units I have access to. They're going to be so easy to paint. Most of the job's going to be done by the airbrush, which that's how I want it with this army. I don't want to feel like I need to do like 1 billion hours of work. I just want to be like, oh, let me just get some liner done now and maybe paint some satchels like a leather color. And we're good. Job's done. This is going to be the first time I've used a Land Raider in a very long time. I used a Land Raider back in, I want to say 5th. I didn't even use it for that long. The points value on it was really high. I mean, everyone used them because they were near impossible to kill. This was back in the day when Games Workshop was very forward about the method that it had to try to sell you parts and models. Like, the old method, which still kind of persists today, was to make sure that the new models you release are so crucial to the strategy of the team that you can't not purchase them. Like, when they released Defilers for Chaos Space Marines, that was, like, the day when Chaos became super powerful for, like, half a year. Defilers landed. Their stats were through the roof. They were able to wipe squads out in no time flat, and they were, like, 100 points. They cost next to nothing to field. So you needed them. And then when Land Raiders dropped, it was the same thing. Land Raiders were a lot cheaper than you'd think for when they were originally released, but their stats through the roof. They had 14 armor on all sides back when there were armor values. And 14 armor was hard. It was so hard. The thing, okay, comparatively to Guard, yes, Emperor's Children feels more elite. They are more horde when compared to, like, actual elite armies. I play Thousand Suns, and the tiny number of units you need to use to make a Thousand Suns army work is crazy. And it gets even crazier when you lean into things like Custodes and stuff like that, Grey Knights. So to hear Emperor's Children are elite, and then looking at my list that has like 2 times the amount of on-foot units than my Thousand Suns, it's like, oh shit, I completely forgot this is actually technically elite. It scares me every time I play a game against a Chaos Space Marine player who's actually playing Chaos Space Marines, you know, with like cultists and legionary and stuff. Because I'll put my units down and I'm like, he's playing Space Marines too, so there won't be a lot of units. Next thing I know, I'm done putting my team down. He's putting the other half of his army on the field, and it's like, oh yeah, that's right. Completely forgot how different we are. He's just still dropping tanks, still dropping people. Okay. EC will play very different, though, from Astra Militarum. It could be one of those fun, good, refreshing things for you, just because... Are you the kind of Emperor's Imperial Guard player who has, like, a 1-hour shooting phase? I feel like most Imperial Guard players I play against are like, alright, shooting phase, and then I could go get a coffee, and I'll just tell them, like, you know, tell me how many wounds I gotta roll for. I played in a weird wonky tournament. It was a 1,200 point lists, and the rounds were only an hour and a half. Like the full game was supposed to be played in an hour and a half. which that's insane to me. Especially since every player I went against for that whole entire day was super heavy on shooting Imperial Guard. So every person I played was like, alright, shooting phase, which took almost the entire length of the matchup. I'm too nice of a person because for any of them, I really should have busted out my chess clock to be like, look, we're playing an hour-and-a-half game. You and I both get 45 minutes to try to play this game. If you're about to steal a half hour of my 45 minutes for your shooting phase, your opening shooting phase, screw you. Like, I want to play this game. I want to roll dice. I don't want to sit here and watch you roll dice for a frigging hour and 10 minutes. That's got to be the hardest thing in tournament play for an Imperial Guard player, to kind of know what to roll and why to maximize your time potential. Because that's why people chess clock. I mean, if you've only got an hour and a half to like do stuff, maybe you're not firing your stubbers. Like, I don't know. You gonna fire your stubbers if you only have an hour and a half? You gonna roll for your flashlights with an hour and a half to go? I don't think I am, man. I think I'm avoiding that. I'll fire my plasma guns. Let's go for it. Maybe if I'm shooting into like gaunts, like an ocean of gaunts, I'll roll for. Yeah, so you're gonna have fun in melee. Melee is a whole other animal, though. I have a Gene Stealer cult army that's Rushdown. It's the Biosanctic. Which I'm surprised. I mean, you're going in with Emperor's Children. You could technically, in the current state of existence, go Gene Stealer Cult. You could get some really fun Rushdown melee out of Gene Stealer Cult, and have the ability to go the detachment that brings in 1,000 points of your Imperial Guard. They have a detachment for allies of Imperial Guard with some really cool mechanics too. I think it's if the Gene Stealer Cult units shoot a unit, you mark it, and then the Imperial Guard players get like some bonuses against the marked units. It's really cool. Super powerful. But yeah, Rushdown. So my Gene Stealer Cult army, which is all Rushdown, it's really strong, but I never know when to use it properly because of like open windows and Overwatch and stuff. It's pretty hard. Once you get the pacing down, though, it's really fun. I went up against a Imperial Guard player. With my Biosanctic, and oh, dude, I threaded the needle on one of my Gene Stealer squads to get to his Lord Solaris or whatever, Lord Solar. Just frickin' ended him. Well, ended his squad. Took him to like 2 wounds. So Emperor's Children are all going to be about getting the thing to melee, which is very important. You have to contend with Overwatch. You have to contend with reactive move. You have to have all that in mind. Like, if I know my opponent has a reactive move, I have to think about how I'm going to approach it where he can't reactive move away. That's one of the key things. Positioning and knowledge of abilities. It's so key to victory, man. Like, maybe don't shoot the squad that'll teleport away if you really want to charge it. What's crazy is you're kind of getting into an army that just... The Noise Marines are 18-inch range. So, terrible distance. Terrible distance. Which is probably why I should get Rhinos, actually. Put them in the Rhinos. Where'd my vacuum go? There it is. Advance the Rhinos, pop out the Noise Marines. Just end someone's life. D5, C3. What's up, Francois? I think this one's done. Maybe. There's like a scanner on it that might be used later. Sadly, no. They didn't do Sonic Blasters for specializations. They didn't do any of that for any of the armor. There's no Sonic Helbrute. There's no Helbrute in general. They didn't even do Forge Fiends, so no Sonic Forge Fiends. The Land Raider is just a Land Raider. Like, through and through. Its ability is the same as all the Land Raider options that have ever existed for Chaos. The Rhino got a little bit of a difference, though, with its ability to advance and still drop units out of it and have them only be considered to have normal moved. So, really good for Noise Marine delivery. I mean, you call it a meme, but I feel like it's a lifestyle choice, right? The Nuln Oil people who just assume Nuln Oil makes everything good. It was actually something, they were doing a painting session at the store when we were playing at it. There was a guy there who started asking one of our local players, I think it's this, yeah, it's this, He was asking one of the local players, like, what he should do to improve his paint scheme. Like, he kept coming over to be like, hey, this is how my Space Marine looks. How do I improve kind of the general gist of it? And the guy I was playing against was like, oh, I mean, most people usually add a shader to that kind of thing. He was so confused. What's a shader? What does it do? And he told him how it kind of like mostly goes into the crevices and pushes the darks on the actual piece to try to give it a little bit more depth. And it does it very cheaply and quickly. So he bought some Nuln oil and basically dipped it in Nuln. And was like, oh my god, it looks so cool when I barely did anything. It's a lifestyle, man. Nuln oil. I mean, you can do it. You can definitely do like the dangling guitar player concept. I imagine you wouldn't be the first to do it. There's so many people who are going to take Mad Max inspiration with the Emperor's Children. I have a ton of punk rock heads that are going to be attached to my Emperor's Children. That's my approach that I'm going to be making. So that'll be fun. I'm going to need to put those in a sonic bath soon. Kind of like that the Horus Heresy models don't have really any symbols on them. Makes them very adjustable. Which one's a VDR? What are we talking about? What's this anagram for? Virtual data room, vitamin D receptor, voyage data recorder. I'm going to expand this to 40K. Vehicle design rules. Oh, custom vehicles. Okay. I mean, yeah. And I understand that, like, footprint is probably the big thing for vehicle design rules, because I do have my fully customized defiler made out of 2 knights and a bunch of Mauler Fiend parts and all that. But yeah, no sonic weaponry, sadly, on any vehicles. Just Noise Marines. As well as squad leads and cacophonous stuff. That's about it. Word. I just wanted the ability to do variable, like, that was always the thing, right, with Emperor's Children. Variable fire rates. Basically, 1 gun, 2 profiles. Or even 3 profiles, potentially. I was really hoping we were going to get more of that, but it's just the Noise Marines that really get that. It would be so cool to have, like, a flamer and a sort of mid-las cannon variant on a Land Raider. I'd be completely cool with that. The ability to Overwatch with a Land Raider and be like, alright, let me fire these 2 sonic flamer-style noise guns. And then after wiping your squad out there, in my own turn, swapping it up to the frickin' las cannon variant and attacking your Dreadnought. Like, that just sounds so cool to me. The versatility of it. It feels very Emperor's Children. The whole concept of, like, seeking perfection and all that. Of course they would try to find the perfect gun. A gun that can do everything. How is this supposed to go on? Oh, it goes all the way down. Okay. Actually sort of relieved. After seeing the battle box, I assumed it was going to be like $300 and something. But it looks like everyone's thinking it's going to be closer to kind of how most of the battle boxes all end up being. It's like 230 in that range. So like, that's not that bad. I was a lot more worried like a week ago. Because I was sitting there thinking of, like, I also have to buy Lucius. Most likely. I also need to get at least 1 Land Raider, if not a couple Rhinos. Kind of wish I had giant friggin' Slanesh stencils. Assuming that's what they wanted. In theory, I mean, it all depends on how you're going to approach playing Warhammer, right? Like, in theory, it is considerably cheaper than most things. We actually recently on our local Discord had this argument. People were talking about, like, other stuff you could spend your time and money on that are considered, like, hobbies. And there are people who play at the store who are also like gun hobbyists. And they pointed out that they basically have fully collected Imperial Guard armies that are worth less than like a single gun they've purchased. Like, they're like, yeah, you think about like people who have like the hobby of buying cars to fix them up and stuff, and maybe they don't even really fix them up, but like one of those more than an average army. I mean, granted, it is an expense just like anything else. You have to kind of pick and choose whether or not you're really going to be able to afford it, or if you got to like focus on other stuff in life. I remember when my friends and I tried to make Magic the Gathering our hobby again. But we were like serious with it. It wasn't just like, oh, let's occasionally buy cards and do drafts and stuff. Like that wasn't the part of the hobby we were in. We were in like, yo, let's do tournaments. So we were going in the friggin' card auction situations. Like I don't know if you guys have ever done a Magic the Gathering like sort of card eBay thing. Because we did want to make our lists, our decks, like, relatively competitive. So like, we're dropping, like, hundreds of dollars on specific cards. It was something we found out while we were doing it. Was like, if you ever watch a tournament, or find out, I guess, you don't even need to watch it, just read about it. Most of the people at the top table at a Magic the Gathering tournament spent an exorbitant amount of money on the deck that they're running. Because what they do in life, I mean, they probably are like a day trader, or they've got some kind of good backing money, but their big thing is always playing the most elite possible lists. And then they go to tournaments all over the country and just get their money back by beating pretty much everyone at all those tournaments. And then they even make money out of it at like the highest level. Like my friends and I would buy like a box. Like at one point we would just buy a box. We would do a draft for like a week. And then we'd be fine. But then eventually we were like, alright, let's actually try. Let's go tournament tier. There were a few local tournaments that were actually pretty decent near us. I really should look for my tank parts soon. We need to start adding elements that feel chaosy and 40k-ish. Because Horus Heresy tanks are supposed to be very clean. Like, even for Chaos faction, it's just symbols at that point. So I gotta get some spiky bits. Let's see what else I have. People were handing me a lot of like Zinch marks, but I should have a lot of leftover Slanesh marks. From like all the demon princes and stuff I've put together. So I'm guessing the Minesweeper doesn't have an opening for the front, and it's meant for something different. So what we're looking to do is the carrier, right? I think we'll just do the carrier. Yeah, it's like every freaking quarter. Like, my buddy was like, yo, you should get a Jund deck back when that was a thing. And I looked at it, I was like, you want me to drop $700 on a deck that's only going to last for a freaking quarter? And he was like, I mean, that's if you want to be competitive. I was like, holy shit, dude, I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that at all. That sounds horrible. Let me see something. Where did I put my battery feeds? Yeah, as they're still just buying booster decks and solo cards for $50. You could like one card for $50. One. Or do you want a box of like 10 dudes? Wait, what? And don't even get me started on people who bring up like frickin' Commander or whatever, and they're like, it's not that bad. It's like you know high-end Commander decks are freaking expensive. Like, holy crap. I think the part for them that makes it feel a little less than that is the idea that they could technically sell those cards, right? Like, they could at that point just be like, let me sell some cards off that I don't need to try to recoup some of the cost, right? And then you get the market trade value, which means, like, if you have a card that's insanely good, but you're not using it in the deck that you want to play, like, then at the very least there, you could be like, oh, well, this is a $40 card that I don't actually need. Or they reprint them. That was, like, a big thing, right? Where they reprinted one. I remember the banning one. I remember that. Because that was a whole thing where they were following someone on like Instagram or something who they were pretty sure was a person who worked at Wizards of the Coast. And there was a day where they posted up a very rare, very expensive card and sold it like in bulk. They sold like 4 or 5 of them. And then shortly after it was announced that they were going to be banned. And everyone was like, oh no. It's like insider trading. I might shave. Maybe? No, that's inside. No, I'll still shave it. Screw it. Yeah, I remember that. I remember seeing that. That was wild to me. That always makes me wonder, right? Like, do you think that a lot of these companies are okay with third-party markets doing what they do with the value of stuff like cards and video games and things? Because at any point, they as a company, like, could reveal that they're sitting on 100 copies or 1,000 copies of something that's worth $250,000 on the market. Like, they could just start being like, all right, let's trickle those out really quick. Trickle them out and then, like, relaunch or something. Something stupid. I need to trim this down. It's got to be wild to be the head of like a super successful trading card game like that. Because technically, so long as it's successful, so long as it holds cultural sway, you basically own a mini stock market, right? I've got 100 shares in Black Lotus. So some of the people I worked with at one point in time on YouTube were kind of partly in on that group of YouTubers during COVID that started doing the whole like, hey everyone, I'm doing videos now on Pokemon card collecting, and I'm telling you how expensive all the cards are. Which only served to drive the prices of all cards up. Which led to places like Target no longer carrying the cards in like a easy to get to situation. Because there were videos of like fully grown adults beating each other up in the store to try to buy cards. Because that's the thing, right? What at that point are you buying? Like, when there's somebody who's only ever bringing up the idea of the value, right? When they're always just like, hey, this new card's out, it's worth hundreds of dollars. Like, you're not buying the card for the game anymore, right? So is Pokemon the trading card game company? Should they just stop calling it a trading card game? At some point, when the bulk of your purchasers are people who are like, I'm not going to play this game. I just want to collect it for the value of the card. That is only going to go up over time. To the moon! So the thing is, they only cost more if people actually want them. Like, that's the thing. I always hear this from people where they're like, oh, they cornered the market, so the value is all the way up because they're the only ones with them. Okay, if no one cares about those cards anymore, then the value goes down. The value is only the perceived public interest in the thing. And the cost at which the public is willing to put into it. Sure, which, I mean, that's where the craziness comes in. Because there's like one oil baron somewhere who's like, man, I really want Magic cards. And that's actually what screws it up for everyone. Is that a person who's actually interested in purchasing those packs is probably worth a few $1 billion as a human being. Kind of like this. I always like the scoop truck look for the freaking Land Raiders. I love this scoop truck look. It's like a just dump truck freaking front. That's just my favorite thing right there. Like, whatever autism I have loves this. I just love this. If a car did this in real life, I would try to own it. Like, if a street legal car was like, yeah, you ride the car up here, you got your little window, and then when you want to get out, you got to like slide down and come out of one of these things. Yeah, I'd own it. It'd be the most impractical thing in the world. I'd own it. I would go into debt to ride this thing around on the street. I don't know, it's just so cool. Love it. Oh, dude, the out-of-print stuff with Warhammer. So, it's not as prevalent, right? Like, you're trying to get out-of-print, like, terrain. That's one thing. I mean, that's more collectors than anything else. But occasionally, because they don't really keep stock up on everything at all times, you hit these weird slumps where you just can't find shit. Right? Like, when the Mutilith Vortex Beast wasn't being printed for like a year. You could go on eBay and you could purchase one Mutilith Vortex Beast, like, put together but not painted, for like $500. Because Games Workshop just wasn't putting them out anymore. They weren't even trying. You had to wait a whole year for them to reprint it. Currently, market value of Screamers on Amazon is $10 more than if you bought them through Games Workshop. Actually, I got ahead of myself there. Hang on. Although you do get some fun situations occasionally. Like, when Thousand Suns were so bad that no one really wanted to play them. And then for, like, 2 days on Amazon, you could buy the Combat Patrol for $60. That's, that was 1 Infernal Master, 1 squad of 5 Terminators, 20 Zangors. $60. That was crazy to me. I didn't have $60 in my spending account at the time, but I was like, oh, I should probably grab that soon. And then the moment I thought of purchasing it, the moment I moved the money over, the sale was done. Felt so bad. That would have been it, too. That would have been all 30 Terminators. Like, I have a almost fully collected Thousand Sun army right now. Once that codex comes out, I'll be able to make as many lists as I possibly could want. If I could get more Screamers and maybe some more Flamers, I'd even have some fun demon options for whatever that detachment's going to look like. I could go to the store and any local tournament at any point in time and no one will have any clue what list I'm bringing. Oh, yeah, dude. Once you get a low enough price, because a store... It's literally just like one store trying to offload everything they bought that no one wanted. Which is great, because it all comes down to whether or not there's player interest in the team. And the average store for this kind of thing doesn't want to wait, right? They don't want to be like, oh, let's wait for the price to go back up. They just want to offload that stuff. We might have to enact a plan for this thing. Because I kind of want to give it lights. It would also be awesome if I could give it frickin' a vaporizer inside of it. That way if this opens up, it'd be like bright purple lights coming out of it and then just like smoke. just Just ground smoke coming out of it. Oh yeah. People are expecting catechins to do some stuff here soon, but because of how the codex works now, where every single type of Imperial Guard battle line unit is its own separate thing, catechins are super useful. They're so useful. And you know they're not going to be in stock anytime soon. It's kind of why I like playing these offbeat, like, side armies that not a lot of people play. I bought most of my Thousand Suns before 10th edition, so in 10th edition, Thousand Suns were just considered drastically weak. So no one wanted to buy them. I mean, you try to get into 40k at the time, and you're like, hey, what's strong? No one is ever saying the words, Thousand Suns are strong. That is never happening. Which is why, even when the Court of the Crimson King, I don't know if you guys remember that, that was one of the holiday boxes. Court of the Crimson King came out. And I bought it off of a US retailer that does, like, discounts for people. And they deep discounted that box because no one was purchasing it. That had the highest discount of all the holiday boxes that they were selling because they didn't want it. It had Magnus in it. And if you're a Thousand Suns player already, you already have Magnus. Why the hell would you buy that box? You needed to be a new Thousand Suns player, and nobody was getting into the game who was like, I want to play Thousand Suns. Because Space Marine 2 wasn't out yet. I was just getting back into 40k. I was just looking at Thousand Suns. I didn't care if they were weak. I wanted to play them. So, like, I was purchasing boarding patrols for cheap. I purchased the Court of the Crimson King for cheap. I purchased combat patrols for cheap. And then 10th edition dropped, and everyone was like, yo, Thousand Suns are super strong. Prices through the roof. Mutilus Vortex Beast. Sold out. No, yeah, that's the thing. And it's what we always say at the storefront that we go to. When someone comes in and is like, what do I play? I want to play something strong. You literally just tell them, strength is... yeah, no, I think I have 40 Zangors. I still want the rest. I'm waiting for it, man. We're going to have a Zangor detachment. And I'm going to want those Zangors. But yeah, we're at that point where every person that comes in is like, I want to play what's strong. It's like, well, pick something you like. If it's not strong now, it'll probably be strong in like 5 months. It might be strong in a year. It might, like, strength is variable. There's armies that end up in the top 3 at tournaments that barely break top 100 for other people. Strength is a bit of a blend of what the rules are as well as how good you are at using them, so... C22 and 21. Don't think that's on here. This is nothing. These are going to be the guns I got to build. Thinking we're finally over to the small pieces. These are just the las guns for the Sposons. What about this? This is A. I know there's an A on here. This one. A4. Or A5? It says A5. Why am I doing an A? Oh no, it's this. I told people about that list. They thought it was madness, but now they're starting to see other lists that are kind of played like that, and they're like, oh my god, dude. Friggin'. And that's the thing, right? The Hexwraith Warband sucks. I'll always say it sucks. It is the worst frickin' detachment that came out of the Grotman stuff. But what I will also say is giving a Demon Prince the enhanced range on abilities gives him a 12-inch stealth aura, which means he's a giant bubble of stealth aura walking around among a ton of Zangors. Come on, that's so cool. It was, but that's the thing, right? The Combat Patrol was being sold at one point for $60, and that got you 20 Zangors. Also, I will say this, Zangors are the exact same size and shape, as well as base size, as Kyric Acolytes. So you can go the cheap route of just buying Kyric Acolytes to get 20. You get 20 Kyric Acolytes for the value of, I think, 10 Zangors plus like $5 or something. So you can easily get to full-fledged Zangors off of Kyrics. And if you have enough Zangors in the first place to play AOS like without issue, usually you want more Kyrics. Because they're cheaper and they do a lot of damage from range. What is this one? This is L. Where's C? Why am I missing C? I'm looking for 21 and 22. Missing something. Oh, this is C. So where's 21, 22? What do they look like? What am I looking for? Holy crap. Oh, I see them. Oh, I see them. Oh, this is some Necromunda BS. Super tiny components getting glued onto something. I always hate it when it's a super tiny component, too. Because it feels like this could have just been part of the overall large part. Oh, dude, Zangors are so easy to paint. They're so easy. White primer. I hit them all. I get a really big brush. And I have either Aethermatic Blue or Plasma Blue from Speed Paint. I do that over all of them. I then do usually Osserman or Magic Blue for their mains. So we'll go over all the mains with that. And then I just do a Speed Paint Gold for all of their like clothing as well as their weapon handles. And then I just do my bright green that I do for all my weapons on their blades edges as well as their eyes. And that's it. It might take a while just with like all of them if I'm doing suddenly just like 100 of them. It'll take a while, but it'll feel like I'm quickly getting through it at least. Because you'll see results very fast. I'm hoping they make good changes to some of the more like odd flavor units out of the Thousand Suns. I genuinely want to use Zangor and Lighten with spears. I do. They're so good in AOS that I have 6 models of them. Just in case I want to put them into a list. But in 40k, they're the hottest of garbage. You need archers. The archers are so good. So cheap and so good. I try to reserve main color, like the actual manes and feathers and stuff that they have. I try to reserve those colors, like actual colors for them, for the shaman, to make the shaman stand out. I got like a lemon lime shaman. I got like a grape cranberry shaman. All wet on wet. Contrast blending. Which, contrast blending wet on wet is so good. It looks so beautiful if you do it right. You just gotta be quick with it. C21 is this one. There. Oh my God. I feel like the Codex is going to have one detachment meant for Zangors and Chaos Spawn. Just one. And that's fine. And I'm going to want to play it. I'm just going to want to play it. Regardless of what's happening, I'm really going to want to play that friggin' detachment. Do they not want you to glue this down? I think they do. There's no way they want this to be able to rotate. Or is there? I do really feel like Horus Heresy is just 40k alternate models at this point for a lot of people. I do like this model a bit more than the 40k Land Raider. I always loved like exterior treading without covers. Oh, dude, I feel that. That's why my Gene Stealer cult are painted the way they're painted. Mostly airbrush, baby. Black to teal to a light phthalo blue as a slight touch. Hit them with white in an area that you want to glow. And then do fluorescent chartreuse to fluorescent orange-yellow. All you're doing with brush is so flat pink and just hitting all the like pointy bits with it. That's it. End game. We did it. We made it. Full army. Getting too old for this shit. This guy's making a puppet. Why do so many people in my life make puppets? If everyone I knew, if I got a nickel for every time someone was like, I'm making a puppet, I'd have 2 nickels, which isn't a lot, but it's weird that it's happened twice. That is cool. Infinite budget, infinite time. I would do a remote control piston system for this. But oh, I read puppet. You said pupper. I got puppets on the brain. / glue. Kind of sad this isn't really a Sposon. It kind of is, I guess. We're getting there, though. I gotta really make the call on whether or not we're gonna try to light these. Oh, I gotta get 2 of those, okay. I thought it was like something else. It's a barrel. Horus Heresy, we know you don't like drilling barrels, so we're gonna make you glue 2 halves of a barrel together, so it's already drilled. Necromunda tier bullshit. It together a little bit. Get rid of some of the lines. Super useful. These are the exact, yeah, they're the exact same thing. How do you... Oh, I guess you just glue them this way. Okay. Yeah. sure that kind of dries for at least a little bit. Because this is supposed to sit here. And it should be turnable, which is going to be hell for me with frickin' the paint. Because I'm going to need to hit it first, I think. I love moving parts. I hate them when it comes to priming and painting. Because you do have to kind of like prime that, then prime everything else, and then right after a little bit, turn this, and then prime the other side. It's just annoying. You're sort of the best way to do it is to just not do this part. Instead, we would probably prime this in general, and then this on its own. And then, of course, prime the thing that goes over top of it on its own as well. That way, you'll have parts on it you can either scratch the primer off on, or you blue tape it originally so that you can keep the glue areas clear and plasticky. That way, once you're done priming, you can just put it all back down. But still, this is like a multi-phase thing that's going to involve teal, or actually turquoise rather than teal. And it's going to involve white ink leading to purple. Like, it's a lot of stuff. So you almost have to, like, preemptively glue everything together. Downside to stuff like this with mobile parts. Easy to do with things like Fulgrim and stuff that's going to be standing still, but I want the same color scheme effect of the glowing pink from below with all the vehicles that I'm going to get. Like, it all has to feel similar, rather than like just, it's a vehicle in a color scheme and then everything else glows. I want the vehicles to have that same effect. Make sure it doesn't get too much on the moving component. Hell yeah. Dude, this is the most face-ass tank. Like, that's a bulldog, right? It's just two little gun eyes, big old mouth. This looks like a character from Mystery Science Theater. Okay, so the big question. If I'm gonna light this, I can't glue all the sides on. I can only really glue one on. And then depending on how we actually go with lighting it, I might need to magnetize one of these two sides to it. That way, if I do all the wiring internally, I could technically remove the side. Right? Technically. Oh, this feels very much like you have to get it to the exact position, which always sucks. But like, we could put this side on like this, and that's fine. But then for the opposing side, it might be valuable to try to figure out if there's a way for me to Just get some magnets down. Question is, what else gets added? Is there stuff that kind of weaves on the back? Okay, this leads to just the other versions and variants. Outside of that, it's Sposons. And then picking a guy for the top part. Does the Land Raider get a Havoc launcher? I'm thinking that answer's a no. It does get a Havoc launcher. Model can be equipped with one of the following. Can be equipped with a Havoc launcher. So I can do the pintle-mounted Havoc launcher here. That's good. And then we just do the las cannons. Intriguing. I think we do the pintle-mounted Havoc. They even call it a Havoc. They don't call it, like, Hunter Killer or anything Imperial sounding. They're like, this is straight up Havoc, bro. Get some smoke launchers on here, probably. A48. Which one's 48? There it is. This is gonna be one of those things where, like, in Horus Heresy, the Land Raider carrier can't have a pintle-mounted Havoc launcher. So, like, me doing this guarantees I can't play this in Horus Heresy. I could see it, bro. Probably not, though. The same picture is being used universally, so I'm guessing it's fine. Also, I feel like they give you enough of this stuff because they're hoping you magnetize, or at least just let them free sit. Because this just pops in. Like, you don't need to technically glue it down. You could easily swap what is in this little one-off sitting area. You could do a covered up surface with like a combi bolter, combi weapon, melter gun, just random stuff. That was the whole song. I was like, man, if this song blows up, I think I found a new song to put in my videos. Nope. 10 seconds long. The painting of the model took maybe like an hour. Then the animation of the little face took probably less. I did it super quick. But yeah, the model itself probably took the most time. Just because I did want a 3D model. I wanted a physical model of the character. So that if I did tournaments and things, I could technically bring him with me. And just like toss him out there. Put him on tables, take pictures. That way I could put the little animated head on. Thought it was kind of a cool idea. The worry, though, is that at some point that model that I have is going to get lost or broken. Oof. Have to make a new one. Definitely not looking forward to that. Pintle mounted havoc. Word. I don't know. Do we really want to light this thing? I love the idea, but like, man. Maybe we can preemptively do like a basic thing to it, where in the future I could be like, all right, let's get him lit. But until then, we could just use it as is. And the one thing you would want to do is pretty much what we were talking about. Just figuring out how to magnetize one of these sides on. Still a bit of a struggle, though. I am seeing at least 2 points, though, where we could probably magnetize. No, that's what I'm feeling, Francois. So, like, a magnetizing spot would be here and here. You would drop a magnet on there, because that slides in. So you could technically have a magnet on both ends, which would hold this back corner in pretty hard. And then the front corner would hold that part in too, but those would probably be small magnets. I don't know if you could do large magnets in those areas. I mean, there's also the issue of me wanting to turn this into a wireless speaker. It's so much. The core element in my head that's like, nah, you don't want to do this, is LEDs burn out. Takes a while, but yeah, they do. So eventually this is going to get to a point where I'm going to be like, sweet, I'm going to turn the light on for this tournament. And then I turn it on, it just doesn't come on. And it's like, oh. I don't want to cut into the bottom. There's enough space where it would look annoying. I mean, it wouldn't be the worst, but it would look annoying. If anything, right? If anything, I would Dremel this door out and do a 2-point magnet for this thing. To just be like that. And then if I'm like, oh, let me get to the battery. You just pull it out from the magnet and it's just right there, right? But the more I'm looking at it, the more I'm like, God, I just want to paint it. I don't want to do all this. I don't want to do all this extra stuff. I want to get the Sposons on. I want to go see if I can find my tank bits, which I think are just down over here to the side of my table. So we can maybe get some spiky bits along the inside here. Maybe even get one of those like spiky bit semicircles to put right here. It's not about the value of the time spent. it's about how hard the nerd flex ends up being. If it's a good nerd flex, then honestly, worth. But at this point, the only nerd flex I think I could easily do is getting a green LED and putting it inside of my my Helldrakes. I think that's probably the best value right now for my LED work, is to try to figure that out. There is so much Helldrake exposed. Like, there's so much frickin' armor gapping on a Helldrake that if you were to put a green LED inside of it, you would get the coolest effect of, like, all this interior lighting coming out through all the gapped armor. It would look so cool. We're just gonna glow it shut. Fuck it. The dream is dead. No, yeah. I've seen the flight stand fire breath. It's really good. I was showing it to some people on one of the streams we had not that long ago. Land Raider. And again, to those of you looking forward to getting your Emperor's Children, you're going to want transports. Land Raiders are pretty important. Even though they are, in a lot of people's minds, very high in cost. I mean, it'll help you get there. You can toss Flawless Blades into them, so that means the Flawless Blades can hop out and rush into combat right after this thing moves, thanks to Assault Ramp. It's also super durable. There is a hold attachment meant for transports. It actually provides transports a lot of really good benefits. And because Horus Heresy is still kind of niche, a lot of companies are trying to get rid of all their Horus Heresy stuff that's just been sitting on their shelves. So, $72 Land Raider. So here's the thing. Modeling for advantage with Horus Heresy vehicles. Rhinos, I believe, are a little bit bigger than what 40k vehicles are, but only in, like, their silhouette. This is slightly shorter than a Land Raider. It's about the same height, I believe, if not a little bit taller. Once the Sposons are on, it's actually wider than a Land Raider. So there's a little bit of a size difference. Now, that can lead to things like, well, because it's a little shorter, if I try to block you by going sideways with it, you have a little bit more distance to shimmy around than you would with a regular Land Raider. So, like, that's a bit for you. This thing can maybe more easily peek around corners. But the reality is this. If you look at the Horus Heresy news back when 10th edition dropped. It was explicitly in an article they wrote from Horus Heresy talking about the fact that all the Horus Heresy stuff was getting legended on the 40k side, where they said, hey, if this is a Land Raider in 30k and you like using it in 40k and you really enjoy it because it's different looking, it's got all the stuff still visually, they, as Games Workshop said, if you're using a 30k visual variant that has a direct line to 40k, like a Predator, a Land Raider, a Rhino, then you can use it. And it's perfectly fine. So... like, I kind of get it. Because it is slightly different in terms of its profile. In terms of its, like, silhouette. But, like, eh. I do like the value saving. Not only that, but because not a lot of people buy Horus Heresy stuff, it seems to be more abundant in the market. Because I just couldn't find good Chaos Land Raiders in any place. So, screw it. I need a Land Raider. Might as well just buy a Horus Heresy one. My Primarch is from Horus Heresy. I might as well just keep going with that. Keep the visual aesthetic. Poggers. I am still very surprised that my Combat Patrol video is doing what it's doing in terms of viewership. I put all that effort into the overview teams for Kill Team. And, you know, I like it. They slowly build over time. It's cool to watch. Freaking 2 days after dropping the Combat Patrol video, it's just like skyrocketed past all that stuff. Jesus Christ. I mean, visually, there's upsides and downsides to all of it, so, like, I don't really see the problem, necessarily. We were talking about it on our other Discord. We were trying to figure out... Is this... Yeah, this is right, I guess. We were trying to figure out if it was tournament legal, or if anybody was going to complain about it. That's when I stumbled across that thing they wrote up. Do they tell you not to put the spines on Wave Serpents for Horus Heresy? Because isn't the Wave Serpent... Is there actually a Horus Heresy Wave Serpent? Or do they just tell you not to put the spines on? Because at that point, it's like, look. I don't know, man. That's a weird one. If it's a Horus Heresy specific box that is a Wave Serpent that doesn't have the spines, then maybe, I guess. I know they were explicit about Land Raiders, Rhinos, and Predators. I don't know about that other stuff. Well, I agree there's like a level of modeling for advantage if there is an extended, like, let's say this Land Raider was nowhere near as wide as the 40k Land Raider. Like, if they somehow decided to make this like super narrow, the Sposons were like flush, like it was maybe 2 inches narrower than the 40k Land Raider, I'd be like, I don't know, man. That is a bit of an advantage. To be able to, like, pocket this in areas that normally a Land Raider couldn't pocket in. Because maps and everything are part of it, right? Like, if the map has a specific alleyway that's like, only troops and stuff can go this way, Meanwhile, the Horus Heresy Land Raider can go through it, but the regular can't. Then it gets a little weird. Then we're cooking with gas. It does get a little. That's why if you don't model the unit the way it says in the rule book, in the book for building it, you kind of do need to send it in to a tournament to be like, hey, TO, is this okay? Because the Helldrake is the same issue, right? So the Helldrake normally has that horseshoe crab footprint that's just way too big. But there's people who do a conversion for the Helldrake where they only use one of the little wing things and they make them go like down. So it looks like a TIE fighter a little bit. And it's like, that's really cool looking. Also, that footprint is half the size it should be. Pretty sure we're talking modeling for advantage with that thing. But maybe not. I don't know. Where's this L3? L3. Yeah, because you're talking about the spines that come off the front wing, right? Like it's the two little front wings, and then the spines kind of do that like that down in the front, right? Is that what those are? I haven't really fought a lot of wave serpents. I think I fought one, and I don't think he had the spines on it. I thought it was a falcon grab at first. He was like, "Nah, it's a wave serpent." So these go on like this. This Boson build is actually annoying. Holy crap. Why would they make me go through this? This is straight up trauma. Assuming this. Well, I mean, okay. In grand scale, is it modeling for advantage to use the old 3rd, 4th, and 5th edition Lord of Change versus the new one? Absolutely. Absolutely. New Lord of Change is like 2 times the size of old Lord of Change. so it wants me to build 2 of these. Instead of telling me to build 2 of these as I was going, it showed the full process of building it, and then at the end went, yo, build 2 of these. Thanks, Games Workshop. No, dude, the new... Changing base size is just not enough for the lore to change. The wingspan on the new lore to change is like the full height of the old lore to change. If someone at like a tournament was like, all right, this is my Lord of Change, and then pulled out the old Lord of Change on the massive freaking pie plate base, I'd be like, no, sir. Although, did they really change for base size to be the main thing for Vision? I gotta look that up. Because at first it was any component on like a monster or vehicle. But the last couple games I've played, people were like, I heard it was only base size now. And I was like, I didn't hear that. Because if I heard that, then Mutilate Vortex Beasts are way better. Just because, like... Their base is so much shorter than their actual body. I could have things peeking around corners on them. You can't shoot them anymore. It's excellent. This ambient song's gone on a little too long. How much longer? Oh god, we're only halfway. Skip! It's not even its height. It's like everything. With its wings out, it's half the width of a Lord of Change. Like, it's so tiny by comparison. I wonder if I can find a comparison. If those don't count anymore, then we're doing really well. Like, I gotta look back into it before my next game. That way I can bring it up. Best comparison. It's not just the base size. Turned sideways, the tips of these wings on each end go way further out than this thing. So yeah, if someone was like, I'm going old Lord of Change, I'd be like, fuck that, dude. Don't even joke with me. This guy on this base is just like this big. Like, come on. At the beginning of this, they said that parts... I know vehicles are hull, but they said overhanging components on bases, like if you had a walker, which I guess is still hull. There was some weird rule where walkers were technically considered like vehicles, but people on bases. So they didn't really talk about the hull that much. But I guess it's still hull? It was always excluding walkers, though, for the hull measurement. Because walkers are pretty much their base. I am thinking of getting... I'm trying to remember. Are Defilers supposed to be on an 100 mil? If you want a base form. Like, apparently there was a selected base for Defilers if you wanted a Defiler on a base to actually be like that. have to refigure that out. That's the nuance that I'm trying to make sure I have down pat. Because that's kind of like the BS of it, right? So they write the rules, but they're not explicit about how the rules interact at all times. So what ends up happening is at tournaments, that's where people are like, well, if I'm an inch away from the wall, the average person can't charge me through the wall. Therefore, the wall is now this like actual breaking point for your units to not be able to charge me. That's like a tech at that point. Because yes, that's how that mechanic works, but that's not something that's explicitly talked about in the rulebook. So it's one of those things where some people figured it out early and were like, oh, that's actually really powerful. And then other people just kind of like found out through watching tournaments and they were like, oh, I didn't even think of it that way. And then some tournaments are like, no. That's not, no. We don't want that to be the case. So they absolutely just change the rule for themselves. It's one of those weird things, man. When a tournament drops its packet of rules, like, the game changes. I think, was it ITC or something? There was a recent big one that happened that I want to say an Agents of the Imperium, like, Deathwatch army won. And everyone's pointing out that the reason they won was because of ruling and a shift in how certain things work in the flow of the game that came out in the packet. Like, the packet brought up a certain element of how the game is played and went, yeah, no. Or, yeah, that works. And that made his list like 1,000,000 times stronger. To the point where afterwards an FAQ dropped from Games Workshop that explicitly went, no, that's not how that's supposed to work. I mean, if you're playing casual, yeah, you can do whatever the hell you want. But I don't know in tournament play if someone could easily be like, no. I mean, granted, if they do outright go, hey, by the way, wings don't count anymore. Not only is Magnus cooler than I thought, but yeah, Lord of Change is still fine at that point then. Let me get a beverage. We are on hour number 4 of this stream. I don't think I want to paint him. I don't think I'm painting him today. We might paint him tomorrow. I might prime him tonight, but I don't know. God, now you're raising points that I want to look into. 40k. 10th. Do wings count for LOS? Technically, yes, but old school Warhammer players always go by the rule of cool, which is that the body counts for LOS and cool affixments and weapons don't. There's a designer note box and chapter approved about it. A model is obscured, indicating use of old verbiage. Do not include the model's base or parts that are sticking out. So this would be... Shell. I feel like every Warhammer store and possibly like family-friendly tournament concept, Slaanesh has to be the scariest thing for them to be like, oh, we're having a couple Slaanesh players come in. Okay. Like, imagine working at like a Warhammer brand store and someone walks in with just like a Slaanesh army. Just nipples out. Friggin' flesh colored. Not even demon flesh. Not like that white to purple, but like actually flesh colored. God, that's gotta suck for those people. Army roster updated. That happened a few days ago. Okay. Core rules. Core rule updates and commentary, and then the core rules themselves. Yeah, dude, if you have a straight Slaanesh army from Etsy, I don't think you can take that to anything that considers itself, you know, family friendly. Kids allowed. They're not allowed at all for that. There was a guy that actually has that. Oh, what was it? I was watching War Games Live, and there's a guy who has a straight up Slaanesh demon army. The way he built it, he put, like, it is the Slaanesh models and sculpts that are basically just topless women. And the way he did it was he custom created sensor symbols, like sensor bars. He put like magnets inside the models so that when it's at an event where he shouldn't have those painted the way that he does, he has all these black bars that are magnetic that he attaches to all the characters where it's important. I mean, you're saying that, but in America, if you reveal to a kid that's 12 plus a small model of a topless woman, technically you're introducing pornography to a kid, which I think has some legal ramifications. A little bit. There's a reason why the websites around here go, hey, are you 18? Also, it is a Games Workshop policy to like not do that in stores. They're always at odds with people playing their games, though. All right. Warhammer 40k uses true... Yeah, determining visibility. Warhammer 40k uses true line of sight to determine visibility between models. Get a model's perspective view by looking behind and observing models for the purpose of determining visibility, and observing models can see through models in its unit, and model's base is also part of that model. Model visible. If any part of another model can be seen, blah, blah, blah. If one model... Yeah. If any part can be seen, if any part of the model, if every facing part of the model... Yeah, as long as you just see a part of the model, according to the core rules. Now, this, of course, gets augmented through tournament packets. Yeah, but they want as many people in those stores as possible, so it doesn't even matter. The approach of being like, it says 12 plus on the box. There's kids that go to that store that are definitely 8 or 9, and they buy stuff. So, Games Workshop wants money. It's kind of the same reason why video games try to avoid mature ratings a lot. Mature used to be that badge of honor, where it was like, oh, I want this because it's mature rated, but now it's like adults are actually preventative of kids buying that. Stores are actually a bit more effective at being like, show me your ID. Line of sight. It's ruins. Sight to a target on the other side. When a model overhangs the edge of the battlefield, how does this affect visibility? That model's player can draw a line of sight from any part of that model that is not overhanging the edge of the battlefield. Their opponent can draw a line of sight to part of that model. Oh, so the character... If I have Magnus with a wing over the edge of the battlefield, that part of the wing can't have a line of sight drawn from it. When determining a unit partial but not wholly within visible unit is a true line of sight used as normal. Yes. Model fully visible. Line of sight to all parts of the other model that are facing it without any other model or terrain feature blocking. The model is fully visible to every model. In an observing unit, then that model is fully visible to the observing unit. If every model in that unit is fully visible. So there's an oddity here. I know that there is a ploy in Imperial Guard, but since I don't have the codex, I can't check it and verify and compare. But supposedly the ploy makes it so that a tank actually blocks vision. I don't know if it provides cover or if it provides full vision blocking. Oh, phone call. Phone call done. Okay, so determining visibility, model visible, univisible, partially visible. That's always just a determination. The only thing that can provide cover to squads is things that attach cover potential to it. Vehicles, other units, they don't. So if you have like a squad of people standing in front of a squad of people and I'm shooting the squad behind them, the squad in front doesn't really provide any kind of cover. The squad behind might be considered partially visible or whatever, but even if it's partially visible, the squad in front isn't providing any benefit to the squad behind, therefore it doesn't really do anything. And that's the same with tanks, which I agree is a little weird. I do wish you could kind of like tinker with tanks, where you could have like a Imperial Guard army behind a wall of tanks, and like, yeah, you could shoot the guys behind it, but then maybe there's benefit of cover. I don't know. But I think IG does have a stratagem that either provides benefit of cover to units past tanks or makes them untargetable altogether. I can't remember which one it is. But according to this, it is true LOS. But I think tournaments are moving it over to Rule of Cool LOS, which is core body, basically the base and all that. And that's kind of the only thing that matters. So if a wing pops around a corner, no one cares. I don't know. It feels like a tournament to tournament kind of thing. Why are there so many las cannons? Is this the same thing? Yeah, I think it is, because this would be... So, there's an assault version of this that's supposed to be, like, slightly longer, and it has quad las cannons on each side. I think that's what this is for, right? No, that's just 2 halves. Okay, good. So, I need... No, it's not 2 halves. So I just need an L6 and an L7, right? Yeah. So this is for the quad las cannons on the bigger version of this tank. And then when we're done building this, I'm probably going to work more on my Warp Coven video. Get some food in me. So this one needs the 9s. This one needs the 8s. Oh god, the fear I would have of bending a Magnus wing. That's probably why the tournaments are leaning back into Rule of Cool LOS. Who's messaging me? Who sent me Steam information? Oh. Yeah, I mean, that can be your opinion, but the difference is if the terrain... The difference is that with how terrain works right now for 40K, it's a lot harder to hide very specific models like Magnus. Because technically people were writing off the wing on Magnus as if it was over top of the terrain square that exists as cover, that would break the obscuring function, which would allow you to get shot at. So you'd either have to be flat to the wall, which that's where it gets finagly, which isn't fun for a lot of people. It's just not. It's just not fun to have to be like, oh, well, the shape of this model really works. I just have to, you know, be like this specific angle to make sure none of the feathers go into this big square for cover, and then it's also at an angle where this peak over here doesn't come around the edge, allowing you to see it across. No, that's whatever. It's not fun. And on one hand, you can claim that that's sort of for the balance because that's a very powerful unit. It probably isn't a good idea for him to easily be able to hide. It's an arguable point. But at the same time, that does cause general issues. Since the map is really like that third player of the game, it always influences everything that's going on. And depending on if it's okay for you to manipulate that terrain, I guess that's like odd. But at the same time, if everyone's on board, if everyone's like, yeah, I get it. Because, dude, my Tzeentch demon detachment from Grotmus is 3 Lords of Change. It's very hard to hide that on the field. Very hard to hide that in true line of sight. So it is a pretty good idea to try to, like, at least finagle it a bit. And be like, it's fine. What's that? You got a wing hanging over? Yeah, I don't care. But like I said, I do think that that's not raw, that's tournament. And tournament shifts. Tournament tries to find the fun, which is always kind of interesting to me. The idea that the people who are trying to keep the tournament scene healthy have almost as much sway as to how the rules work as Games Workshop does. Because even though Games Workshop does, like, connect with and take part in these things, to the point where it's actually a little bit crazy. I remember one tournament, there was a person who had a very 3D printed proxy army. And everyone was like, yeah, it's fine. But the guy from War Games Live who was hosting it basically said that no matter how good this person with that army was, the final tables for the night were going to be Games Workshop broadcasted. And this was part of, like, the tournament packet. So no matter if that guy got, like, top 2, he wouldn't be playing in the final games. Just because Games Workshop's specific rules for their stream was you need to have everything in your army be very close to Games Workshop specific, because, I mean, it's them putting forward their brand on their channel. They want people to see their models. So there was kind of like a limit to it where if he had stand-ins, like if he had the regular units to field instead of the proxies, it would have been, he could have run those. But this person went to the tournament expecting not to get
top 2. I think he got like 5th place. At some point they need to I think Games Workshop does need to recognize that there is no way for them to create an ideal situation in terms of terrain rules. Like, there's just not. Let me go get paper towel. The amount of people I have seen complain about, especially in like older editions, how line of sight isn't true line of sight. And they're like, oh, just make it true line of sight. It's easy. And then they do, and now there's people who are like, it's weird that my wingtip counts. It's like, well, you wanted true line of sight. Like, there's no victory. All you can focus on is whatever causes the balance to at least feel kind of fun and be attractive to players. You know, the inverse of what happened in War Machine for, I think, like, 3rd edition or something. If they could just write rules where all the relevant parts were on the same page, I mean, we'd be well ahead of the curve at that point, right? Like, that'd be like a whole new era. It's still wild to me that we're at that point of, and this happens in Kill Team and everything. Rules are across so many different pages that it kind of makes the relevant function weird. Like AOS, right? There's a bullet point for units not being able to move after, if it's in the same turn that they came in off the board, right? Like if they got picked up and put back down on the board, that was their move. Like they couldn't teleport somewhere and then move. They couldn't come in from reserve and then move. But the part about that isn't near like the movement part, to my understanding. So you see the movement part, so you're assuming in that phase all you do is move. But then the relevant point about the reserve is in like some side information somewhere else. It's like, oh man, I don't know. That doesn't, it's not good. Doesn't feel good. And it's the same thing in Kill Team. Kill Team is all over the place with its rules. Relevant rules about stats can be found in like 4 different locations. It's not good. That's kind of why it was interesting when they went digital, because then you could search for stuff. But the terminology used and the way the search function works, dude, so there's rules in AOS that I keep running into with people who play a little bit more heavily where they're like, oh, this is how that works. And we know what the word is for the rule, and then I go into the app to try to read it for myself. Like, we'll run it that way with the rule, and that's fine. Because, like, they know, and I'm like, yeah, you know. You guys play this game heavily. So we run it that way. But then when it's their turn and they're moving, and I'm like, I want to read this rule so I can devote it to my memory. I go in, I put the name of what we know it is into the app to search for it, and it doesn't pull it up. It does not search into it at all. I have to actually physically go through all the little drop-down menus to get to it, where I find out that it is the exact way I'm typing it in for the search function. It's just not finding it for some reason. It's so weird. I hate it. Like actual psycho shit. Like, if I forget my, my tournament companion book, if I just forget my tournament companion book, it's not easy to find what the standard commands are in AOS. I type in, like, I type in whatever the term is for the overall command points, the command functions, and it doesn't pull up a list. It tells you what they are. It goes, yeah, they're things you do in rounds that augment how your units are played. And I'm like, cool, thanks for telling me. I want to see the list, because it's only like 6 things. No, it's like 8 things or something. And that's it. I just want the list. I want the list right there. I want to be able to press list and see it. Can't even do that crap. Freaking wild as hell app. Because sometimes I forget what they are specifically. I know there's one that increases hit. I'm pretty sure there was one that reduces rend or increases armor. There's one that gives you the ability to do like a full run, like you don't have to roll for it. There's one that lets you shoot at a unit after, like there's a sequence to it that I keep forgetting, where if you have a ranged unit near a unit and that unit gets shot, you can spend a point to then shoot back, or I think it has to be the unit that would shoot back. I can't remember. It's very specific. There's also redeploy, moving away at the end. There's rally in command phases to bring units back, and then there's also the ability to cast a spell in an enemy heroic phase. Like, there's specifics, and I know what most of them are. It's just the wording on some of them I need to double check. Once we get these guns done, I want to take a look. Take a look at my spiky bits. See what we do. Create an atrocity on these Horus Heresy models. Make all of the frickin' Horus Heresy nerds angry. They're supposed to be clean. Go in. Go in. Yes. I do like this method for the las cannon sposons. I know the whole like Rhino one of like the double, or the 40k one of the double is like okay, but like this just looks cool. It's just like, yeah, I'm a las cannon. Tightly hugging the side of this armor in hopes that I don't die. This is not the right one. This is the song that War Games Live uses all the time. Go in. try to get this Warp Coven video done before Friday. Freaking Monster Hunter drops. I feel like I'm gonna have like 1 or 2 good weekends with that, where I'll be playing with actual people that I know. Hell yeah. So L4 and L14. That goes on this one. Oh, that's cool. That's cool. I think they just want me to... Yeah, okay. They just want me to glue this one side. I'm going to cork that. That way. Still rotates. Which is nice. Poggers. About this back one, though. I feel like they don't want this Sposon to rotate all that much. Because this back component would solidify this, wouldn't it? No, it's a part of it. Okay, yeah. We're good. Just gotta be very light with the glue there. Hell yeah. Simple. Land Raider. Now we get to start going through my boxes of random shit to see if we can't Slaanesh-ify this. Because we've got things like, I do have, like, chain. We have some skulls. Like, I could probably put some skulls back here and run, like, a chain coming down off of it. Let's see what we got. Bits and parts and bits and parts. Ooh. BRB, I have some ideas. So we have spikes on these racks that I can get my little pinning tool, and I could do like little holes and then put them in to the pinning. That way we can have some like kind of interesting, just like little details. Like I get the whole like spike rack, right? Like you can put a rack here and it'd just be like a thing of spikes. It always feels weird to me in terms of chaos. Like, this is a chaos army. Why would I feel the dire need to get something that almost looks a little controlled? Wow, there are no Slanesh skulls. Let me turn off the BRB sign. Oop. Still, though, the main question is, I don't know really... Whoa, I forgot about this. I was going to try to make a Terminator Sorcerer Lord out of a Space Marine with a shield. That could be cool. That's what I'm thinking. Like, I have to have those somewhere, right? Why would I not have those somewhere? Like, there's definitely vehicle bits in here, because... It's a little bit harder, though, to put this somewhere. I also need my Slanesh symbols, wherever the hell those went. There's probably some in there. That's a Demon Prince box. Let me grab as much as I can find. One dragon head. Oh, yes. There's potential here, but also getting it onto this thing could be kind of badass. Music stopped. Yes, another one of those 360 spike racks. Single spikers. No, I'm good on that. I just want to find some, like, Slanesh marks. These are Terminator. These are the Terminator frickin' trophy racks. I wonder... Oh no, that's a demon. This is the Demon Prince trophy rack. Well, Nurgle is peak conversion material. Slanesh is close. I think the core problem with them is the idea of like, oh, we're seeking perfection. And because of the whole seeking perfection thing, the crazier and crazier you get with conversion, the kind of like weirder and not very... like Emperor's Children-y it feels, even though they are mostly like freaks of nature at this point. Speaking of which, I hate these side panels. The extra armor panels. These are like the dumbest thing ever. Because they never look good. When you like, every single person I've seen that shows them is like, oh yeah, you just glue it like that. That doesn't look good at all. I feel like you have to put green stuff around the outside and then mold it in so it looks like it's trying to push through the armor. But then it's a perfect square and it just looks like garbage. Another dragon head. I was thinking of trying to do an actual freehand of that. My idea is you take some wire gauge and you create two small circles and a big like mouth circle and you glue them to a surface and then you take green stuff and you put it over top of it and you kind of push it in using the ridges of the wire gauge to be like the peaks for the brow and the mouth and stuff. And then that way it actually looks like it's 100% part of the vehicle as opposed to like a plate that appears above it. Get a spotlight on it. Main thing is I just want one of those giant Slanesh symbols, which I was pretty sure I had a couple of. We got some tow hooks. That's always good. I think we have too many dragon heads at this point. Shouldn't need too much more of them. Probably more than enough general spike racks. Good to know I still have Mauler Fiend tendrils for if I ever want more War Dogs. Okay, I found the corn mark. Where the hell is the Slanesh one? Found a second Nurgle mark. Oh, did I give the Slanesh one to the one guy that was already playing Emperor's Children when I didn't think I was going to actually play them? There is a distinct possibility. I do have a Dirge caster face. Organ pipes I think we can do with the exhausts for the War Dogs. We'll get some pipes on here. I was just really hoping I had a spare Slanesh mark that I didn't give away. Mini rack. Oh, the other part of the Demon Prince rack. That's good. I could see using straw for that. That'd be pretty solid. Oh, got one. Slanesh mark. I want to say there's probably one in this Demon Prince box, though. Where'd that bag go? Even if there is one in here, it's going to be small because it was meant for a shoulder pad. So I don't think that's really good. Chaos spawn and Ogroid parts. The Ogroids have a company banner, but I don't think I want to put that on here because it is ginormous. Like it would increase the height of this by like that, which means it's less about like it being on the field and being that tall and more about me needing to put this in a box and being like, it's in a box now. Also, I need to get some magnets in here at some point. Things to do. I think primary, let's figure out where these exhaust pipes go to make them look like pipe organs. It'd be cooler if my buddy had a spare Sisters of Battle Castigator. Could try to mold that actual whole-ass pipe organ onto the back of this. A lot of crossover between the Sisters and the Emperor's Children. Now you're just full edgelord mode. Nah, this is gonna match the color scheme that I've been working with so far. Glowing pink from below, leading into their more classic purple and gold scheme. Which I agree is a little odd that in almost all the artwork they've been showing for them, they're trying to push Emperor's Children back to purple and gold. Like, sure, most of the armor they show is pink and black at times, but like, I don't know, the artwork being purple and gold in bulk is a little odd. full edgelord is almost everyone's Slaanesh way, but that's edgelord of our world getting pulled into their world. I mean, we want to go full edgelord. I could make it look like every single one of the flawless blades has their nipples, has at least one nipple pierced, and that when they come out of this, I open the door, and then I can pull a bunch of chains out from inside of here and attach it to all of their nipples, and have them like look like they're running away from a vehicle that they are chained to by the nipple. I mean, that's more of a Slaanesh edgelord concept. But we want to talk about having an extremely hard time putting something together. Having to frickin' drill into every single flawless blade, put a little magnet in it, so I could put a little magnet on the other end of a chain. Making sure every chain length is long enough that I could even let that be like really far away from this tank. Might have been easier to do before gluing the actual sides on. What, the flawless blades? Nah, I think they're in pants. I think they have like a loinclothy thing. They have part of that visual aesthetic of like Roman Empire type situation. So yeah, it's just gonna end up being like here, I think. Or I could keep it lower. Could go high. It's either high or low. I'm not sure which one I want to focus on. I think it'll end up being up here. It's probably for the best. I love that in anticipation of Emperor's Children coming out, almost everything Horus Heresy related to Emperor's Children is sold out. Like, Phoenix friggin' Terminator's gone. Everyone's ready to run Phoenix Terminators as Chaos Terminators. This would have been a million times easier without the sides on. Yeah, like it's all gone. Palatine blades, gone. I'm pretty sure people are going to run the on-foot Fulgrim as like a more standard lord. Or maybe even Lucius. Damn. Extra piping. Oh, dude, so many people were hoping for Doom Rider. Genuinely, I was looking forward to it. I was looking forward to hearing about him. I was looking forward to seeing the new model. And yet, here we are. Doom Rider free. Heavy bolter covers. Here they are. Need one more tiny head. There we go. Heavy bolters. Okay. Doom Rider would have been fantastic along with some bikers. And the whole concept is that at this point, bikers and Chaos are basically just demons, right? Like, they're just attached to their vehicles on, like, a demonic engine style setup. So, like, that could have just been so cool. Yep, still alive. We're trying to finish the chaosification of this Horus Heresy tank. So I probably should have done most of it before putting it all together. Would have been a lot easier. Still kind of hate that these heads that they gave you for Chaos gun covers, the backs of them aren't flat. They're very rounded. You have to like do so much work with filing and shaving just to flatten it out enough that it attaches properly. It seems right, and I've heard about it from a couple different sources. Not just like the Balrak source. There's somebody I know who's like he's like pretty well ranked in the US. And apparently he does talk to like people at Games Workshop now. Cut the inner ear for this off. It's always like slightly too much. It doesn't really fit what I'm aiming for. Seems a little too straightforward, too on the nose. In terms of 40k edgelording. Alright. Still open, still good. Heavy bolter gun cover. Because, I mean, you want to get freaking Grimdark with it. Make it some like Tau. And not even the freaking Etsy edgelord Tau. Just like actual androgynous Tau. Good, it's the same width. Now I get to play the make sure it's centered game, which I always hate with this crap. Worst game ever. Yeah. I mean, I'm gonna make all my people hair metal punk stars. That's my direction with them. Leaning straight into strip club just doesn't really connect. God, these are so old. The frickin' mold lines. So bad. People are talking about wanting new bikers and stuff. IMO, new spiky bits for tanks. That's where we really need to be expending our resources. Big head, little head. It is kind of wild that I'm going to be missing a tournament that I probably could have gone to this Saturday. Because I really want to be in a location where I can easily order the freaking battle box. What's causing this to be too separated? Something's wrong. Beautiful. Maybe? There we go. No. I mean, have you not seen my Fulgrim? The entire approach to the army is looking like the future of the Emperor's Children is overtaking the past. Pink underglow, extremely bright, with their old armor being kind of like what the primary is, in terms of like just the general visualization of the army itself. Like the old armor is just very apparently there. But it looks like the world itself is bleeding the pink color into it. Yep, that's gonna be the whole entire army, dude. It's gonna be so stupidly bright. Alright. Gun barrels replaced. Now we get to figure out if I can find a way to layer some spike armor on top of it. 100% can. Do I have two versions of this? I feel like I could just cut the inner component of this off. Probably gonna have to do. So we can just lay it across the top with glue. So yeah, we're gonna be focusing on the pink underglow. Because on one hand, I want the army to look cool. On the other hand, I don't want it to take a year to paint. And I feel like the underglow approach is very good for that. No, yeah, I highly expect a lot of people to focus in on like hair metal and like glam rock and stuff for their themes. I have zero doubts that that's going to be a key focus for a lot of people with Emperor's Children. One of the other local Emperor's Children enjoyers already did, he's already figured out how to do leopard print. So a lot of the people with capes are going to have leopard print capes. I mean, that's kind of the core of it. That's really the core Slanesh Emperor's Children meme. Glam rock. Glam rock hair metal. Stick, you bastard. Underglow is fun. It's just, there's many ways to approach it. I feel like doing it where it feels like the light is bleeding up from below is a bit better than just entirely doing like a 45, right? That's how most people do it, is they'll paint the whole color and then they'll specifically angle the follow-up color and they'll only focus on that. Whereas I feel like doing a 45-degree follow-up to a point and then going full on for like just general flat color just seems a little better to me. Because you still get enough detail for the parts that are too far away from the light. That's cool, because it rotates. Neat. Let's pick the next one for the other side. And you can do cool things with it too, because if you preempt the bright color before you do the top-down color to represent what you're going to be painting and rendering, you could technically multi-tone it so that you could do bright yellow at the feet and then have it go to orange. That way, if there's a fire at their feet, it looks like the fire is fading out across their underglow, which is pretty nifty. hit this mold line. It's like the main thing I use Tamiya for now. If a mold line's too ridiculous, I'll just tap it with some Tamiya. Let it melt itself out over time. Yeah, that's a... For my demons, at least, my Tzeentch demons, I try to do an undercolor that's, like, bright with a shifter. Because I think it looks kind of cool. Because that way, any of those, like... Any of that layer to it, where there's some raised surfaces... The shadow becomes like this weird magical thing where it just feels kind of blurry a little bit, which is nice. It doesn't feel like a Slaanesh symbol. I mean, I know that it is. It just feels a little off. No, yeah, nighttime OSL feels really good. There's been a few of them that I've looked at. I think there was a Golden Demon Award winner or something that did a full-blown scene in Age of Sigmar. Ah, son of a bitch. Stupid chain. Can we just go down here? If we go down here, it's just easier. If we go up higher, though. Maybe that's better. It's weird being here for the Emperor's Children release. Having, like, experienced the game enough to start thinking about, when you look at the Emperor's Children leaks right now for the Codex, to think about them in the approach of, oh, what's going to be tactically good? As opposed to, oh, those stats are really good, I'm going to go with that. Like, it's like a whole different concept. A whole weird set of mental function. Probably a small one. What we got? Still got the Demon Prince trophy racks. I think honestly we could put somewhere. Problem is that these hair things are blowing this way. You kind of want them to be blowing back. Conceptually always good at first, and then you try it and you realize the only reason this really worked on the Demon Prince is because this actually sits flush with a surface. And then just the minor gaps you get from just being like right there. It's not good enough. Not good enough at all. Small spike strip. I'm leaning more into the idea of like drilling little leads for the tiny spikes that we get. And just figuring out places to put them in random areas. Little front end meat hooks. Could have swore I had a second one. Where you at? There it is. This song's called Torture. Kind of ideal. The main downside to having treads like this is that if I want to put these here, it looks kind of cool, but the treads are literally right up against the skulls on the back, which does not feel right. So you kind of have to do like an outward thing, but that looks like garbage. No matter how you roll that, that just looks so bad. Spike mohawk. Let's start doing the Dremel tool stuff with the mini spikes. I think that'll be best. Well, not the Dremel. The pinning vise. Where'd the mini spikes go? I know they were on here. I see the horn ones, but I was definitely looking at like the actual mini spikes. Oh, there's a couple. There's like 3 on this. We could do mini spikes and talons. That'll probably be fine. More mini spikes. I do have a vulture. Over on this war dog rack. We could put a vulture on this. I don't really know the benefit of the vulture though for it. Oh, there we go. Also, the vulture model is like super flimsy because it's only connected by like one ankle. All it'll take is a little bit of roughage, and that vulture will straight up fall off of this thing. A little much. That's probably fine. So, conceptually, it's more about what you're looking for in the community that you have. Like, just letting people kind of shit talk and do and say like certain things, especially because it's like 9 times out of 10 idiots online think opinion is fact. So like you could just let them talk, but like I've seen enough of other streamers who don't really settle in on just being like, yeah, I'll let people say whatever the hell they want in my chat. And like there's this mental thing with it that feels better for getting rid of those people. Where it feels like you're less stressed out, because the problem becomes what seems to keep happening with content creators who are completely fine with just letting their communities run rampant and do whatever the hell they want. Like, those are the communities that go into other people's chats and harass them, and if it gets all traced back to that individual channel, then they can lose their channel. So the notion of being like, you should let people do that is like, I don't think you fully understand how this works. So like saying something quote unquote based doesn't really matter. It's just general human stuff. This is a great way to make like pock marks on vehicles. Because there's always a business side to it. And then everything you build can just vanish. Not necessarily. So, okay. So, shitty people exist, right? Like, shitty people just exist. So, assuming that you need to curtail to a group of shitty people just because you happen to be surrounded by them doesn't always mean good things, right? It's the issue of, like, the like button on Twitter. the idea that people have of, oh, well, everyone likes what I said, therefore I'm right. It's like, no, not necessarily. There's like levels of differing opinion and stuff, and it's, you could find just as many people who don't like or believe in something you say as you will who do. Like, eh. Honestly, the only thing you should be thinking about and recalculating at that point is, what did you do up till that point to build a community of people who are so counter to your existence? Right? And the weird part about that is it's probably not you that did it. It's probably whatever platform or system you're on, just giving the wrong output to the wrong people, thinking like, oh, this will be fine. Well, if the thing is, if you maintain the audience that has a high probability of ruining you as a person because they start doing shit they're not supposed to as a community, is that an audience worth keeping around? Right? Is it an audience worth keeping? Because I think, what was it? This happens so often in content creation. It's kind of the issue. I'm trying to remember like one of the big ones. Oh, what was his name? We knew him was the problem. Like, a lot of the people I've worked with know him, like, personally. It depends. Does it actually not exist, or are you claiming it doesn't exist because you didn't see it there? Like, this is the issue. The idea of the audience that doesn't exist. I get the Venn diagram of, like, you needing to hit the cross-section of people using YouTube versus who's going to find your stream. But as most content creators will say, because of how algorithms and shit work, you just might not be getting put in front of your audience regardless of what's actually happening, even if that audience is a huge number, right? Like, consider all the channels that have tried battle reports, who do try to edit them and keep them tight and keep the information clean, and there's a few channels that exist that actually get that audience, and then those people in those audiences complain that there's not enough channels that do it. Meanwhile, there are, and they're just not looking for them, being served them, or finding them. So it's one of those, like, weird bullshit situations. And if you lean into the audience you already have, but that's the limit, right? Like, consider that, like, 50 subs, like 50 memberships or something, and that's the audience you have, and it's not growing. Like, at that point, it doesn't matter. Like, move away completely. Find a new career. Like, it's one of those situations of just like, they're not paying enough to keep you in that position. Now, granted, we know what the far end of that looks like, right? We've seen the far end of that in the form of like the hate-based shock jock culture of all the newscasters that used to work on certain news shows, but then got put off of them because of how weird they went. Oh, Etika, that's who it is. So Etika built a community around in video gaming, but like the cultural point he added from himself into it was like against all kinds of TOS, so he kept getting like kicked off. So he was like, "Oh, it doesn't matter. My community's strong. I have this great community." So he moved over to like Fansly or something. He moved over to like one of those almost OnlyFans style things, but mostly for content creation, where the entire premise of what you were making was built off of people paying you for it. He was like, "This will be great," but then it never worked. Like no one signed up. So he had like this hundreds of thousands of viewers who were only there because of the way he approached it, but the way he approached it got him kicked off the platform, and then none of them followed him. Was that a worthwhile audience? And then, yeah, like I said, you see the far end of it. You see the ones who dive fully into those communities and almost take on a personality that matches it to the point where they have to make it a business that stands on its own based on pandering to those people, regardless of whether they feel it's true or not. You get, like, a brand new Alex Jones. Like, that's the way it kind of works out. And unlike Etika, people followed Alex Jones to his own network to try to keep him going. Meanwhile, I look at it as it's all just super goddamn random. It's so goddamn random. There is no one answer to it. Because in the same vein of the person foregoing the people who have now surrounded them as like, we're your audience, and then they forego those people, and then like a week later they actually get the community they really wanted. It's like, oh, okay. Which is good, because then you don't have the people who would have kind of went against that shift to be sitting around ready to mock. Out of the exhaust vents. Because at the end of the day, I mean, if you're looking for a maximum tier audience, you should be currently creating content entirely based around you've probably seen it if you've ever watched a YouTube short. A dichotomy of like thought, dichotomy of action, where maybe it's like a clip of something, like a TV show, and it's played alongside a clip of creating something. Like, oh, this is how you make a bread basket. Meanwhile, you're watching a Breaking Bad scene. Like, if the argument is to aim for the most audience you can get, no one's doing it right now. We should all be using AI to make shitty, weird movies. What I find interesting is when a content creator massively shifts their approach to creating content to almost be predatorial to the communities that seek the types of opinions they then start to espouse. Even if they don't personally mean it. But then that community feels like, oh, I found a person I can connect to. When really it's just like, yeah, I believe in your opinion. Quickly, give me your money so I can invest it in my 401k or my I can put it in my Roth IRA. I'm gonna retire on pretending like I give a shit about your opinion. Which happens a lot now. I love watching it happen all the time, man. In all walks of YouTube life. Okay, but in that situation, are you saying then they should be making content that's like, women suck and gays are horrible? Like, is that what you're saying? Or would it just be fine to not care about it at all? Like, what's the alternative? Or is what you're saying basically explicitly claiming that I or whoever this is you're talking about should be sitting there explicitly exploring that level and size and tier of content? Right? Should that be it? What's the actual response? Like, what? I think, what, Mr. Beast proved that the biggest percentage of people that watch things like YouTube speak Spanish. Should we not ever speak in English over here? No, yeah, but that's the thing, right? If they build their channel like you're saying, they're building their channel around pandering to an audience that doesn't necessarily exist. I mean, then that's on them. There's a lot of that on YouTube. There is so much of let me pander to an audience that isn't actually there situation. The content that tends to exist in its best form is content that doesn't pander to anyone necessarily. That's why YouTube likes informative content more than most. Since informative content is usually along the lines of like, this is how you do this thing. I mean, there's no necessary audience attached to that outside of people who might just be interested in learning a new skill. I mean, like with anything else, if your entire focus is on trying to appease a single community, maybe that community does appear for you. It's not about percentages, right? If you can get on YouTube right now, if you can get like 20,000 views a day on any video you create, if you have to create like hundreds of videos to achieve this goal, right? You can do it. And you can live a good life doing it. So you don't necessarily need to aim for a multi-million sized audience. If you can just get a dedicated audience willing to give you 20,000 views a day, you're living a good life. So there is kind of a notion of, if you can appease an audience that maybe isn't being looked at as heavily, but is still around, even if it's like a small percentage of people on YouTube right now, if you can hit those numbers, you're still fine. So it almost doesn't matter. The notion of the goal being that you're going to get everyone to watch you is kind of like not a thing that's going to happen. Ever. You really shouldn't have the goal of, I want everyone to watch me. The goal should be, I just want enough people to watch me. I can't believe we still have all of this Thousand Sun friggin' Terminator parts. And I never actually got them together to paint them. I feel like this is really good. Like, we could easily get some really cool Thousand Sun stuff out of this. Get a nice Terminator Lord. No, it's not always the best. Because like we said, if that audience is a piece of shit audience that could get you demonetized completely anyway, is that the right audience to pander to? It's sort of like a contract back and forth between content creator and audience. And the problem, I think, right now is that the biggest audiences to pander to are the audiences that are most volatile and can cause you the most problems as an individual. We can lean into... There's a person who no longer exists on YouTube called Review Tech USA. This was a person we kept running into in my other YouTube job that I do. He has a big audience. He had a massive audience. Of course you want to pander to him, right? Except for the fact that when you do, and you maybe go on one of his shows that he does live and talk to him, next thing you know, a SWAT team shows up at your door because one of the people in his audience that is very active in his community is a guy from apparently Ireland or Scotland who loves that side of the internet culture where, oh, I'm going to SWAT you. Oh, I'm going to email you pictures of the door of your house. So it's kind of a double-edged sword. Because Review Tech started heavily pandering to them. He lived what you're talking about. He went from, I want to show people tech, I want to show people cool things going on, to I have a cucumber sitting on a turntable in my house. I'm an overweight pasty dude. I'm going to take my shirt off and jiggle my man boobs for the screen because that's what kept pulling more and more people in. And he went crazy from the type of people he pulled in and the shit they were doing to him. So, like, is it worth it? I don't know. Everything in balance. What else do we want to do with this? The whole reason this channel doesn't exist anymore is because of all the freaking pain it was starting to cause him. The sheer quantity of money he was having to spend on, like, home security, trying to make sure his kids were safe at school. I don't know if it's worth it. Also, it depends on advertisers, too. Since this whole thing is about an advertising platform. Do we put skulls on this in, like, a bunch of places? We could. Yeah, but he pandered to the biggest audience he could get. He had a much bigger audience than we have. But it was just the worst people. Because, in theory, like, my whole thing about life, in general, is if you ever want something amazing to become very shitty, give it to the greater society as a whole. Like, people suck. That's just the end of it. All the amazing things we've made as a species and how quickly we're so willing to just destroy it for fun. It's just a problem of pandering. Sometimes you win, sometimes you don't. IMO, it's just better to go neutral with it and not give a shit. But if the people in your channel... Like, this is the thing I don't think people who watch content creators understand. Is if you're going to go into that channel of a person who's being like, I'm middle of the road, I just want to show you some cool shit, and that's it, we're going to move on. And then someone comes in and is like, here's my freaking social agenda. Everyone in your chat should believe our social agenda. It's like, I don't want that at all. Like, it's just a dumb idea to have that happen in any of the channels I work with. To just be like, hey, we're talking video games, and then someone pops in chat and it's just like political espousals, and it's like, all right, come on. Like, really? What's the value here? It looks just chaosy enough. This is the issue I have with tanks. Is I want them to be chaosy. Achieved. But also... like, where do we push it to? It's like just right? Like, it's just like, a little bit. We could always add more. But is there value in adding more? I'm still, like, not all about this thing here. No, they're worried are. Well, I mean, you can find channels that are just there to be channels, sure. But then why would it matter who they kick out at that point? If they're not trying to be a business, then why does it matter? But, like, Goobertown is making stuff to sell while simultaneously being a channel. That's probably important that he maintains at least some level of brand. Tooth and Coats, same thing. Miniac sells stuff. He sells 3D prints as well as tools and things now. Maybe one day he'll get his own paint line. I feel like that's like everything, right? I was thinking the speaker face, because I do have this. But I don't know. It looks a little too centered, right? Hang on, let me... because we actually have the base to put it on. And then it's just that, which I think looks like garbage. I almost want to get, like, 3D printed speakers. Like, proper speakers. Like, the concave type speaker. Because this is whatever, man. Like, this is... if we just put it mid-dead center, it doesn't feel right. I'd be all about it being, like, back over here. But at the same time, there's nowhere to put it over here. Struggle bus. Could just be because I'm starving. Freaking haven't eaten since breakfast. I do like the drilled in recesses for the little pointy spears. I like that because it does feel like something inside is trying to escape. We did okay here to the best of our ability. I think at the end of the day, if somebody was being serious with a Emperor's Children like this kind of Land Raider, pipe organ, full on. Figure out how to do crazy cool pipe organ shit back here. That would be the ideal. Like proper ones too, like big pipes with those little 45-degree cut whistle spots on them, just all over the place. I don't like the Havoc missiles in general. Definitely agree that they're not the best. Actually, I'm trying to remember what I did with my Knight Havoc missiles. Because honestly, I'd rather have the Knight's Havoc missiles on the back of this. I must have pulled them off and used them. I mean, it's too thin. I don't know, man. It's weird. It's like, okay, we have some spike racking, which I'm okay with. I still stand by the idea that doing spike racks like this doesn't look good because the treads bump into the skulls, which that's just weird. Makes it a little limited. The more modern Land Raider with its actual hull over top of the treads would work better. But it's fine. I do like the overall tread look. Let me look up a 3D speaker. Because if there is a really cool looking 3D speaker, maybe we actually do cut this off and replace it with like a sound system. Land Raider sound system. None of it looks good. 40K speakers? Okay, there's some good mini speaker systems I'm looking at right now. You get 5 of them in a pack for $4. I might need to get these. It's gonna take them like weeks to get here though. Gonna do Slanesh speakers because maybe there's some themed ones. Sadly, no. Sonic weapons, maybe? Sonic weapons. Oh, that looks cool. That guy's like a DJ. Nah, none of these look good. Ah, the hottest of garbage. Proteus, let me look at Proteus Land Raider skins. Sometimes they have a really cool little top layer that you can apply to it. They did it more with 40k Land Raiders, though, sadly. Land Raider Proteus. Yeah, these are mostly just for the newer Land Raiders. Ugh. They've got some really good Slanesh ones, though, for the standard 40k Land Raider. Really good Slanesh ones. God, they look good. The whole premise is you get like a really big face, which we could do. We've got some big skulls. You get one of these like weird shaped speaker systems to come out of it, then you just cover it in pipes. That's really where this needs to like lean to, in my opinion, is just an excess of pipes. Let me type in pipe organ. $40K. Not enough, man. This is where it would come down to me having my own 3D printer and figuring it out. Because I do feel like if you just had like a bunch of pipes coming out from the front, running along this middle bit here, maybe even from like the side and coming around and just having like a big pipe organ. Looks so cool. But it is, in fact, what it is. I think it's alright. It's good for what it's going to be. It's just an Emperor's Children Land Raider. We're going to need to get it painted up. I might need to figure out how to dig some of the magnets into the bottom part, though, for magnetizing. So it can actually stick to a surface. Or we might just put a stack of magnets there. Dead center. Normally, if you have small enough magnets, you can just drop them there and probably drill a little bit in. There's a little bit of surface area, though, with these. I wonder if the magnets that I have that are about this scale would just be able to be glued dead center without issue and still run flat. Seems a little too close. But yeah. Land Raider built. Vroom vroom. Debating 2 rhinos, because we'll have 2 noise marine squads. Let me take a look at value brand Horus Heresy rhinos. $47. Versus a 40k rhino. 51. Not that big of a deal. 47 still saves, and honestly, the rhino design from Horus Heresy, in my opinion, is better. I love the size of the doors on the sides of these things. And the double plate on the front for the 2 different front driver seats. Just looks really cool. But yeah, hopefully I can get the pre-order in Saturday. We'll paint this thing, I think, tomorrow. We'll get to work on it. I really need to eat. I'm so hungry right now. No. So yeah. Till tomorrow when we start the paint job on this, guys. Later.